The arrow did not make a sound when it left the bow. Paris never was a warrior. He was a prince who preferred bedrooms to battlefields, a man who had started this war by stealing another man's wife and then hid behind his brother's shield for 9 years while better men died in the dust. But the gods do not require courage from their instruments. They require only aim. And Apollo, god of plague and poetry and perfect murder, guided that arrow himself. It struck the ankle, not the heel. That Roman myth came centuries later, a poetic lie wrapped around a deeper truth. The Greek word was sphiron, the ankle joint, the place where greaves end and flesh begins, the one spot on a running man that cannot be armored without breaking him. Achilles was sprinting toward the Scaean gates when the shaft punched through tendon and bone. His left leg folded beneath him like a broken column. He hit the earth face first. The dust of Troy rose around him in a cloud the color of dried blood. He did not scream. That is the first thing you must understand about Achilles. He did not scream when the fire of the wound spread up his leg like a river of molten iron. He did not curse Paris, though Paris stood not 30 paces away, already fitting his second arrow. He did not call for his mother, though Thetis was somewhere beneath the waves that very moment, feeling her immortal heart crack in a way no mortal could comprehend. He thought of Patroclus. That is what the stories never tell you. They tell you about the heel. They tell you about the armor forged by Hephaestus, the shield with its concentric rings of earth and sky and war and peace. They tell you about Hector, dragged in the dust, and Priam, kneeling in the dirt, and the funeral games, and the pyre that burned so hot the sea itself steamed for miles. But they do not tell you that in the last seconds of his life, Achilles, the greatest warrior who ever lived, the man who made armies tremble by stepping onto the field, closed his eyes and saw not Troy, not glory, not the golden halls of Olympus. He saw a boy he had loved when they were both children, a boy who had bandaged his wounds and shared his tent and died wearing his armor because Achilles had been too proud to fight. The arrow had not killed him. Not yet. Apollo's poison worked slowly, a divine venom that turned his blood to ash from the inside out. Achilles rolled onto his back. The sky above Troy was the color of old bronze, the sun a white wound burning through the haze of smoke from 1,000 campfires. He could hear the Greeks shouting his name. He could hear the Trojans roaring. He could hear the chariots turning, the horses screaming, the clash of bronze on bronze as the battle surged around his fallen body like a river around a stone. Ajax the Greater reached him first, the giant son of Telamon, second only to Achilles in strength, cut down 3 Trojans with a single sweep of his shield and fell to his knees in the dirt. He lifted Achilles' head. The eyes were still clear. The mouth was set in a line that Ajax recognized, the same line Achilles wore when he argued with Agamemnon, when he refused the embassy, when he sat in his tent and let the Greeks die because his honor had been wounded more deeply than any sword could wound flesh. "Hold on," Ajax said. His voice cracked like a boy's. "Hold on, you stubborn bastard. The surgeons are coming. Your mother is coming. Thetis will. She cannot." Achilles spoke the words without effort. They simply fell from his mouth, each one costing him something he no longer had to spend. Thetis cannot undo what the fates have woven. She knew. I knew. We all knew. Ajax gripped his hand, the hand that had killed Hector, the hand that had strangled men in their armor, the hand that had once, in a tent by the sea, reached out to touch Patroclus' face in the dark and then pulled back, afraid of what wanting might mean. Then why? Ajax asked. Not how why. Because every Greek on that beach had known Achilles would die at Troy. The prophecy had been sung since before the fleet left Aulis. And still he had come. Still he had chosen this. Achilles turned his head. He looked at the walls of Troy, the city he would never see fall. He looked at the Greek ships drawn up on the beach, the ships that had carried him here when he was young and burning with a hunger that had no name. He looked at the sky one last time, and then he answered, because the alternative was worse. His chest stopped moving. The greatest warrior of the age died not with a roar, but with a whisper, and the war went on without him. And within months the city he had given his life to destroy would still be standing, laughing at his corpse, and Odysseus would have to invent a wooden horse to finish what Achilles could not. But that is not where this story begins. That is where it ends. And to understand why a man would choose that ending, you have to go back. You have to go back to the beginning, before the ships, before the war, before the prophecy that hung over his cradle like a blade. You have to go back to a wedding on a mountain where the gods themselves got drunk, and a golden apple rolled across the floor, and 3 goddesses looked at a shepherd boy and asked him to choose which one of them was the most beautiful. You have to go back to the moment when a mother held her infant son over a fire and tried to burn away his mortality, and a father screamed, and the goddess fled back to the sea, and the boy was left alone with a body that would never age and a soul that would never stop burning. You have to understand that Achilles was not born a monster. He was born a promise. And promises, once made, cannot be unmade. They can only be fulfilled. Most people think they know the story of Achilles. They know the heel. They know the armor. They know the rage, the sulk, the withdrawal from battle that almost cost the Greeks everything. They know he killed Hector and dragged his body around the walls of Troy. They know he was a hero, in the ancient sense, which means he was violent, proud, beautiful, and doomed. But they do not know the question. The question is not how did Achilles die. The question is not even why did he die. The question is this: what kind of man looks at 2 futures? One where he lives to be old and forgotten, surrounded by grandchildren who do not know his name, and one where he burns bright and dies young and is remembered for 3,000 years, and chooses the fire? What kind of man chooses to be a story instead of a person? That is the core question of this documentary. That is the promise we are making to you right now. We are not here to recount battles. We are not here to list genealogies or catalog ships or explain the political structure of Mycenaean Greece. You can find that in a textbook. We are here to understand the mind of a man who made the most terrifying choice any human being can make. The choice to matter. The choice to be unforgettable. The choice to trade decades of ordinary life for a single moment of absolute, blinding significance. And here is the truth that will haunt you. Achilles made that choice twice. The first time, he did not know he was making it. He was an infant in his mother's arms when Thetis learned the prophecy. She knew her son would be greater than his father. She knew he would be called to Troy. She knew he would die there, young and beautiful and terrible, and his name would outlast the marble of the temples built to honor him. The second time, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was 19 years old, standing on a beach in Phthia, watching 1,000 black ships assemble on the horizon, and a messenger from Agamemnon was reading his name from a scroll made of sheepskin and lies. And Achilles looked at his mother, who was weeping salt water onto the sand, who was begging him to sail away with her to the bottom of the sea where no Greek king could find him. And he said no. He said no to immortality. He said no to safety. He said no to the love of a goddess who would have drowned continents to keep him alive. And he said yes to a war that did not belong to him, for a king he did not respect, over a woman he had never met, in a city he did not care about. Why? That is what we are going to answer. And the answer is not simple. It is not patriotism. It is not honor, at least not as we understand it today. It is not even rage, though rage would come to define him. It is something deeper, something older, something that lives in the marrow of every human being who has ever looked in a mirror and felt the cold terror of being forgotten. Achilles chose glory because glory was the only weapon he had against time. Time kills everyone. Time turns kings into footnotes and empires into dust. Time erases the names of the cautious and the careful and the ones who played it safe. The only thing that survives time is story, and Achilles understood, at some level deeper than language, that if he wanted to live forever, he had to stop living as a man and start living as a myth. That is the subplot running beneath every frame of this story. Not the wrath, not the war, not the heel, the fear of being forgotten, and the terrible, beautiful, catastrophic things a human being will do to make sure that never happens. Before there was Achilles, there was Thetis. And before there was Thetis, there was a prophecy that terrified the gods themselves. The story begins not in Phthia, not in Troy, not even in Greece. It begins on Olympus, where Zeus, king of the gods, lord of thunder, the being who had overthrown his own father and established order atop a mountain of Titan bones, looked down at the sea nymph Thetis and felt desire. She was a Nereid, one of the 50 daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus. Her beauty was not the soft, yielding beauty of mortal women. It was the beauty of the ocean itself, vast, cold, unpredictable, capable of drowning entire fleets without malice or mercy. Zeus wanted her. Poseidon wanted her. The two most powerful gods in the cosmos were prepared to go to war over a sea nymph, and that war would have shattered the world. But then the prophecy came. Themis, the Titaness of divine law, spoke it. Or perhaps it was Prometheus, the fire-bringer, chained to his rock, but still capable of seeing the threads of the future. Whoever spoke it, the words were clear. Thetis would bear a son greater than his father. That should have been good news. That should have been cause for celebration. But to Zeus, it was a death sentence. He had overthrown his father Cronus because Cronus had been warned that one of his children would destroy him. Zeus had swallowed his first wife Metis to prevent exactly this kind of prophecy from coming true. He was not about to sire his own replacement. And Poseidon had no more interest in being surpassed than Zeus did. The two gods who had been ready to tear the world apart for Thetis now could not flee from her fast enough. So they did what gods always do when they are afraid. They passed the problem to a mortal. Peleus was a hero of the old school. He had sailed with the Argonauts. He had wrestled the goddess Thetis herself when she tried to escape his grasp by turning into fire, then water, then a serpent with fangs that could pierce bronze. He had held on through every transformation because he had been told, by the gods themselves, that if he could endure her terror, he would win a bride more beautiful and more terrible than any mortal woman who had ever lived. He endured. He married her, and 9 months later, Achilles was born on the shores of Phthia, in a kingdom so small it barely registered on the maps of the great Mycenaean palaces. But small kingdoms can produce large shadows, and from the moment Achilles drew his first breath, the world changed around him. Thetis looked at her son and saw death. Not immediate death, the death that waits at the end of a short, glorious life. She saw Troy. She saw fire. She saw a body broken on the plains of Ilium, while 1,000 Greeks wept and 1,000 Trojans cheered. She saw her own immortal heart shattered by a grief that would never end, because gods do not die, and gods do not forget. So she did what any mother would do. She tried to save him. The earliest versions of the myth say she rubbed him with ambrosia, the food of the gods, and held him in the fire at night to burn away his mortal flesh. She was trying to make him immortal, not invulnerable. That was the later Roman invention, the river Styx, the heel, the poetic lie that makes for a good metaphor, but terrible theology. The Greek Thetis was not trying to make her son immune to spears. She was trying to make him a god. And Peleus, waking in the night to see his infant son surrounded by flames while his wife's face glowed with an unearthly light, did what mortal fathers do. He screamed. He grabbed the child. He drove Thetis away. She fled back to the sea. She never returned to Phthia, not to live, not to love, not to hold her son again. She watched from the waves, from the depths where no mortal voice could reach her, and she waited for the prophecy to unfold. This is the world that needed Achilles. A world where even gods are afraid. A world where mothers cannot save their sons and fathers cannot understand their wives. A world where the greatest gift a parent can give a child is to let them burn, and the greatest tragedy is pulling them out of the fire too soon. Achilles grew up in that world. He grew up knowing his mother was alive but absent, knowing his father was present but powerless, knowing that somewhere in the future a war waited for him with the patience of a predator that does not need to hurry. And he grew up fast. By the age of 6, he could outrun the deer in the forests of Mount Pelion. By the age of 8, he could throw a spear further than men 3 times his age. By the age of 10, he had killed his first boar, and the blood that sprayed across his face did not frighten him. It woke something up. Peleus saw it. Peleus, who had held on to a goddess through fire and water and serpent venom, looked at his son and felt the first cold touch of the prophecy. This boy was not going to be a king. Kings administrate. Kings negotiate. Kings grow old and fat and die in their beds surrounded by whispering priests. This boy was going to be a weapon, and weapons, once forged, must be used. Peleus made a decision that would shape Western civilization for 3,000 years. He sent his son to Chiron. Chiron was not like the other centaurs. The other centaurs were beasts, drunk, violent, ruled by appetite, famous for trying to rape the women of Thessaly and getting shot by Hercules for their trouble. Chiron was different. Chiron was a god in everything but name, the son of the Titan Cronus and the ocean nymph Philyra, born half-horse not as a curse, but as a cosmic accident. He had been rejected by both his parents. He had been raised in a cave on Mount Pelion by Apollo and Artemis themselves, who taught him medicine, music, archery, and prophecy. Chiron was the greatest teacher who ever lived. His students were a roster of heroes that reads like a directory of Greek mythology. Jason, who would sail for the Golden Fleece. Asclepius, who would become the god of medicine. Theseus, who would kill the Minotaur. Heracles, who would become a god himself. And now Achilles. The boy arrived at Chiron's cave when he was 9 years old. He was small for his age. Thetis' divine blood had made him beautiful rather than large, with features so fine they looked almost feminine, and a grace of movement that made grown men stop and stare. But there was something in his eyes that Chiron recognized immediately. It was not innocence. It was appetite, a hunger for excellence so pure and so absolute that it bordered on violence. Chiron did not coddle him. There were no soft words, no praise for effort, no participation trophies carved from olive wood. Chiron taught Achilles to hunt by making him track a stag for 3 days without food or water, and when the boy finally brought the animal down with a single arrow through the heart, Chiron made him gut it, skin it, and cook it himself before he was allowed to eat. He taught him music by giving him a lyre with one string out of tune and telling him he could not sleep until he identified which string and why. Achilles sat up all night, plucking each string, listening to the vibrations, feeling the frequencies in his bones. By dawn he had not only identified the wrong string, but had composed a melody that made Chiron weep. He taught him medicine by breaking the leg of a rabbit and making Achilles set it. He taught him prophecy by making him watch the stars for a month and predict the weather. He taught him to read omens in the flight of birds, to understand the moods of rivers, to speak to the dead by pouring blood into the earth and listening for their whispers. But most of all, Chiron taught him war. Not the clumsy, brutal war of the battlefield, though he taught him that too. How to hold a spear so it does not tire the arm, how to angle a shield to deflect a blow rather than absorb it, how to read an enemy's stance and know where the next strike will fall before the enemy knows it himself. Chiron taught Achilles the philosophy of war, the mathematics of violence, the terrible equation that every warrior must solve. How much of yourself can you give to death before death takes the rest? War is not about killing, Chiron told him. On a night when the snow on Pelion was so deep it buried the entrance to the cave. Any fool can kill. War is about choosing who dies. And the only way to choose correctly is to understand that your own death is always one of the options on the table. Achilles listened. He was 12 years old, and he had already killed more animals than most soldiers would kill men in their entire careers. But he had never thought about his own death. Mortality was an abstraction to him, a word that belonged to old men and sick people. He was young. He was strong. He was the son of a goddess. Death was for others. Your mother thinks she failed you, Chiron continued. He was mixing herbs by the fire, his human torso bent over the mortar, his horse body folded beneath him like a living blanket. She thinks that because you are not immortal, she did not do enough. But she is wrong. Immortality is not a gift. It is a prison. The gods do not live forever because they are blessed. They live forever because they are trapped. They cannot change. They cannot grow. They cannot become anything other than what they already are. He looked up. His eyes were ancient, older than Greece, older than the cities of men. You, Achilles, have something the gods will never have. You have an ending. And because you have an ending, every moment of your life matters. Do you understand? The gods can waste eternity. You cannot waste a single breath. That is your power. That is what makes you dangerous. Achilles did not answer. He sat by the fire, the stag's blood still under his fingernails, the lyre's music still echoing in his skull, and he felt something shift inside him. It was not understanding. It was recognition, as if Chiron had named something that had been living in his chest since birth, something that had no name in the language of mortals. He would not forget that night. Years later, sitting in a tent on the beach at Troy, watching the firelight flicker across the face of a sleeping Patroclus, he would remember Chiron's words. He would understand them fully then. But on Mount Pelion, at 12 years old, all he felt was a cold excitement, the kind of excitement that comes from standing on the edge of a cliff and knowing you could jump. He did not jump. Not then. He had years of training ahead of him. He learned to fight with sword and spear and bare hands. He learned to ride horses so wild that other men could not approach them, let alone mount them. He learned to move in armor as if it were skin, to sleep in it, to eat in it, to make love in it. He learned to go days without food, to ignore pain, to silence fear. But Chiron taught him one more thing, and this was the lesson that would cost the world more blood than all the others combined. He taught him pride. Not the petty pride of kings and merchants, the pride of status and gold and territory. The pride of absolute excellence. The pride of knowing, with mathematical certainty, that you are the best at what you do, and that anyone who questions it is not merely wrong but blind. Chiron taught Achilles that his worth was not negotiable, that it could not be diminished by a bad day, a lost battle, a cruel word, that it was intrinsic, woven into his bones by the fates themselves, and that anyone who failed to recognize it was committing an act of violence against the natural order of the universe. This was the fuel. This was the fire that would burn Troy. And Achilles carried it down from the mountain when he was 15 years old, fully grown, fully trained, fully armed with a sense of his own destiny that no mortal man could match and no god could comprehend. He did not know it yet, but he was already a weapon, and the world was already looking for a target. Thetis watched from the sea. She watched her son descend Mount Pelion, taller than Peleus now, broader in the shoulders, with a stride that ate the ground like hunger itself. She watched him return to Phthia and take his place at his father's side, learning the administration of a kingdom he would never rule, attending feasts he would not remember, meeting men who would die before the story was over. And she watched the ships. They started as rumors, whispers carried on the wind from Mycenae and Argos and Sparta. Paris, Prince of Troy, had abducted Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Menelaus, her husband, was calling in the oaths that every suitor had sworn before her marriage, the oath to defend the chosen husband against any who would take her away. Agamemnon, Menelaus' brother, the most powerful king in Greece, was assembling a fleet. 1,000 ships, tens of thousands of men, the greatest expedition in the history of the world. And every oracle, every prophet, every priest who poured wine into the earth and read the patterns of the blood said the same thing. Troy would not fall without Achilles. Thetis could not stop the war. She was a sea nymph, powerful in her own domain, but no match for the combined will of Agamemnon and the oath-bound kings of Greece. She could not stop the prophecy. The fates did not negotiate. What was written, and even Zeus himself could not unwrite it. But she could delay it. She came to Phthia in the night, rising from the waves in a form so beautiful it made the guards weep and forget they had ever seen her. She went to her son's chamber and found him awake, sitting by the window, looking at the stars. He had been expecting her. He always expected her, in the way that children always expect parents who have abandoned them, with a mixture of longing and rage so complex it has no name. "You know what is coming," she said. "I know. The Greeks will send for you. Agamemnon has already written your name on his list. He does not know you, but he knows he needs you. And if you go to Troy, you will die." Achilles turned to look at her. In the moonlight, his face was the face Chiron had shaped, beautiful, cold, utterly without fear. "Then I will die." "No." Thetis moved closer. Her voice was the sound of waves breaking on distant shores. "There is another way. I have arranged sanctuary for you on the island of Skyros, with King Lycomedes. You will go disguised as a girl. You will live among the princesses. You will marry one of them, perhaps, and father children, and grow old in obscurity. The Greeks will search for you, but they will not find you. And when the war is over, when Troy has burned or survived without you, you will emerge and live the long life I could never give you." She held out her hand. It glowed with a faint blue light, the bioluminescence of the deep sea. "Come with me, my son. Let me save you this once. Let me be your mother, if only for a night." Achilles looked at her hand. He looked at the stars. And then he did something that surprised them both. He laughed. It was not a cruel laugh. It was not the laugh of a boy mocking his mother's fear. It was the laugh of a man who has seen the absurdity of the universe and found it not terrifying but funny. "Mother," he said, "you want me to hide. You want me to put on a dress and braid my hair and pretend to be something I am not so that I can survive. But survival is not the same as living. A long life in hiding is just a slow death with more pages." He stood up. He was taller than her now, this goddess who had tried to burn away his mortality, this nymph who had abandoned him to a mortal father and a centaur's cave. "I am not afraid of dying at Troy. I am afraid of dying in Skyros. I am afraid of waking up at 60 years old, surrounded by grandchildren who do not know my name, in a kingdom that does not matter, and realizing that I traded everything I could have been for a few extra decades of breathing." He took her hand, not to accept her offer, but to press it to his forehead in the gesture of respect a Greek son owed his mother. "Thank you for trying to save me, but I cannot be saved, and I do not want to be." Thetis wept. She wept salt tears that turned to pearls when they hit the floor, and those pearls were still being found in the ruins of Thais centuries later, when archaeologists dug through the layers of ash and mud and wondered what kind of grief could produce such beauty. But she did not argue. She knew her son. She had known him before he was born, had felt his soul in her womb like a star burning its way out of her body. She knew that once Achilles made a decision, the mountains themselves could not move him. So she gave him one last gift. She gave him the disguise, not to save him from the war, but to buy time, to let him grow a little older, a little stronger, a little more certain of his own death before he ran toward it. He went to Skyros. He let his hair grow long. He wore the robes of a princess and learned to walk with a sway instead of a stride. He lived among the women of Lycomed's court, and he was so beautiful that no one questioned his gender. The princesses adored him. The queen confided in him. The king ignored him, which was exactly what Achilles wanted. But there was one princess who saw through him. Her name was Deidamia. She was not the most beautiful of Lycomed's daughters. She was not the most clever or the most charming, but she was the most observant. She noticed that the new girl never bathed with the others. She noticed that her hands were calloused in ways that weaving did not explain. She noticed that when the women talked of marriage and children and the small pleasures of domestic life, the new girl's eyes went distant, looking at something beyond the walls of Skyros, something that made her, him, look both hungry and sad. Deidamia confronted him one night, in the garden where the princesses went to tell secrets. She found him practicing with a spear he had carved from an olive tree, moving through forms that no woman had ever learned, his body a blur of controlled violence in the moonlight. "Who are you?" she asked. He stopped. The spear hung in his hand like a promise deferred. "I am no one," he said, "and I am everyone you will never meet." She should have screamed. She should have called the guards. Instead, she stepped closer. She touched the muscle of his arm, the callus on his palm, the scar on his shoulder where a boar had nearly killed him on Pelion. "You are Achilles," she whispered, "the son of Peleus, the one the Greeks are looking for." He did not deny it. He looked at her, this girl who had seen him when no one else could, and he felt something he had not expected to feel. Not love. Love would come later, in the way that love always comes to the young, sudden and overwhelming and doomed. But recognition. The recognition of one hidden thing seeing another. "Will you tell them?" he asked. "Tell them what?" "That the greatest warrior in Greece is hiding in my father's house, wearing my sister's dresses? Why would I tell them? If they take you, I lose you, and I do not want to lose you." They became lovers that night, or as close to lovers as two hidden people can be. Their relationship was built on silence and secrecy, on touches that had to be quick and whispers that had to be soft. Datamaya became pregnant. She hid the pregnancy as long as she could, and when she could hide it no longer, she convinced her father that the child was a god's, a divine blessing on the house of Lycomedes. But secrets do not stay secret, not when gods are involved. Not when prophecies are waiting to be fulfilled. The Greeks came looking for him. Odysseus led the search party. This was before the war had made him famous, before the Trojan horse and the 10-year voyage home and the blinding of the Cyclops. This was Odysseus at the height of his cunning, the king of Ithaca, a man who had sworn the oath to defend Helen and who knew that the oath meant nothing without Achilles. He arrived at Skyros with Diomedes, the warrior king of Argos, a man whose reputation for courage was matched only by his reputation for directness. They came under the pretense of a diplomatic mission, bearing gifts for the court of Lycomedes. But their real purpose was singular: find Achilles, prove his identity, and bring him to Agamemnon's fleet before the winds turned against them. Odysseus suspected that Achilles was hiding among the princesses. He had heard rumors: a new girl of extraordinary beauty, a maiden who never participated in the women's rituals, a strange tension in the court that no one could explain. But suspicion was not proof, and Odysseus, for all his cleverness, could not simply demand that Lycomedes produce his daughters for inspection. So he set a trap. He arranged a feast in the hall of Lycomedes. He brought out the gifts he had brought from the mainland: fine cloth, jewelry, perfumes, and one item that did not belong among the others: a shield, a spear, a sword. He placed them among the women's gifts, hidden beneath layers of silk and gold, and then he arranged for a trumpet to be blown outside the palace walls. The effect was instantaneous. The princesses screamed and clutched their jewelry. The queen reached for her husband's arm. The courtiers looked around in confusion, expecting an attack. And Achilles, who had been standing in the corner dressed in a yellow gown with his hair braided with pearls, reached for the spear. His hand closed around the shaft before his mind could stop it. His body moved into a fighting stance before he remembered he was supposed to be a girl. The spear came up, the shield came across his chest, and for one perfect moment he was not a princess of Skyros. He was the son of Peleus and Thetis, the student of Chiron, the weapon that the world had been waiting for. The room went silent. Odysseus smiled. It was not a triumphant smile. It was the smile of a man who has just watched a prophecy fulfill itself, who has seen the inevitable unfold with the elegance of a mathematical proof. "There you are," he said. Achilles lowered the spear. He looked at Datamaya, who was standing by the door with her hand on her belly, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and pride. He looked at Lycomedes, who was too stunned to speak. He looked at the other princesses, who were staring at him with expressions ranging from betrayal to desire to awe. And then he looked at Odysseus. "You could have simply asked," he said. "Would you have come?" Achilles did not answer. He knew the answer. He would not have come. Not yet. Not willingly. He would have stayed in Skyros until the war was over, or until his disguise failed, or until Daedamaeus' child was born, and he looked at a son who would grow up without a father and felt the first crack in his resolve. But the trumpet had sounded. The spear had been grasped. The choice had been made for him, or by him, or by the fates who had been weaving this moment since before his birth. "I will come," he said, "but not for Agamemnon, not for Menelaus, not for Helen, who I have never met and do not care about. I will come because the war is where I am meant to be, because hiding is a kind of dying, and I would rather die standing than live kneeling." Diomedes laughed, a great booming sound that shook the rafters. By the gods, he is exactly what they said. The boy thinks he is already a legend. "I am not a boy," Achilles said, and there was something in his voice that made Diomedes stop laughing. "I am 19 years old. I have killed more beasts than you have men. I have trained with a centaur who taught heroes before your grandfather was born. And I am telling you now, King of Argos, when we reach Troy, you will follow me. Not because I command it, but because I will be the only one worth following." Odysseus stepped between them. He was smaller than both, slighter, with none of Achilles' beauty and none of Diomedes' bulk. But his presence filled the room like smoke. "Save your rivalries for the Trojans," he said. "We have a fleet to join, a wind to catch, and a war to win. Achilles, gather what you need. We leave at dawn." Achilles went to Daedamaeus. He took her hands. He felt the life moving inside her, the child who would be born Neoptolemus, the new war, the heir to a glory he had not yet earned. "I will come back," he said. She looked at him with eyes that had already seen through one disguise and were now seeing through another. She did not believe him, but she loved him anyway. "Then come back," she said, "or do not. But whatever you do, make it matter. Make it so that when people speak your name in 1,000 years, they speak mine too. Because I knew you when you were no one, and I loved you when you were hiding. And that is worth more than all the glory of Troy." He kissed her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was the kiss of a man who has already said goodbye to everything he loves and is now walking toward the fire with his eyes open. Then he turned. He walked out of the palace of Skyros without looking back. He did not look back because he knew that if he did, he would see his son being born without him, his lover growing old without him, his alternate life unfolding in the sunlight while he sailed toward the darkness. He chose the darkness, and that choice would cost the world more than anyone could have predicted. The fleet assembled at Aulis, a narrow strait where the Greek mainland reaches toward the island of Euboea like a hand grasping at a drowning man. 1,000 ships, 50,000 men, kings and princes and heroes from every corner of the Greek world, drawn by oaths they had sworn years ago and by the promise of gold, glory, and the recovery of a woman whose face was said to launch these very vessels. Achilles arrived with 50 ships of his own, the Myrmidons, the ant-men of Phthia, a people so fierce and so loyal that other Greeks whispered they had been created by Zeus himself from a colony of ants to serve his chosen warrior. The Myrmidons were not sailors. They were mountain fighters, heavy infantry, men who preferred solid ground beneath their feet and an enemy they could see. But they followed Achilles because he was their king, and they would have followed him into the underworld if he had asked. The camp at Aulis was chaos. Tents stretched for miles along the beach. Fires burned day and night. The air smelled of salt and sweat, and the rod of fish left too long in the sun. Kings argued over precedence, over the division of spoils, over who would command the left flank and who the right. Agamemnon held court in a tent the size of a temple, surrounded by advisors and sycophants, dispensing orders with the casual arrogance of a man who had never been told no. Achilles hated it immediately. He hated the politics. He hated the endless councils where old men talked about war instead of fighting it. He hated the way Agamemnon looked at him, not as an ally, not as a weapon to be used with respect, but as a resource to be consumed, a young man whose value was measured in the number of Trojans he could kill before he died. But most of all, he hated the waiting. The winds would not blow. For weeks, the fleet sat becalmed in the strait, unable to leave, unable to attack, unable to do anything but consume supplies and breed disease and turn men who had come for glory into men who were ready to mutiny. The priests said the gods were angry. The seers said a sacrifice was required. And Calchas, the greatest prophet among the Greeks, finally spoke the words that would stain Agamemnon's name forever. The goddess Artemis demanded a sacrifice, not a bull, not a goat, not the usual offerings of blood and smoke. She demanded a princess. She demanded Iphigenia, Agamemnon's own daughter, the child he had fathered in a moment of joy and was now expected to murder on an altar for the sake of favorable winds. Achilles watched the debate unfold. He watched Menelaus argue for the sacrifice, his brother's honor more important to him than his niece's life. He watched Odysseus stay silent, calculating the political cost of every possible outcome. He watched the other kings look away, ashamed but unwilling to oppose the commander-in-chief. And he watched Agamemnon make the choice. The king sent for his daughter under false pretenses, telling her she was to be married to Achilles himself. It was a lie so elegant, so perfectly constructed, that Achilles did not even know about it until Iphigenia arrived and looked at him with the hopeful eyes of a girl who thinks she is about to become a queen. He found out when it was too late to stop it. He found out when the girl was already on the altar, when the priest's knife was already raised, when the wind had already begun to shift in anticipation of her blood. He could have stopped it. He was fast enough. He could have crossed the distance between himself and the altar in the time it took the priest to draw breath. He could have broken the old man's arm, snatched the girl away, carried her to his ship, and sailed for Phthia before anyone could react. But he did not. He stood there. He watched. He told himself that this was not his war, not his sacrifice, not his decision. He told himself that interfering would mean defying Agamemnon before the war even began, that it would fracture the alliance, that it would doom the expedition before it started. He told himself that Iphigenia's death was the price of glory, that great endeavors required great sacrifices, that the gods demanded blood, and it was not his place to question which blood they chose. He told himself all of this, but the truth was simpler and uglier. The truth was that he was afraid, not of Agamemnon, not of the army. He was afraid of what stopping the sacrifice would mean. It would mean admitting that the war was already rotten at its core. It would mean admitting that the men he was about to fight beside were capable of murdering children for convenience. It would mean admitting that his own glory, the glory he had chosen over life itself, was built on foundations of innocent blood. So he did nothing. And Iphigenia died. The wind blew. The fleet sailed. And Achilles carried the memory of that girl's eyes with him across the Aegean, across the wine-dark sea, across the months and years of war that followed. He never spoke of her. He never visited her grave. But when he stood over Hector's body 9 years later and felt the hollowness of victory, he remembered her. He remembered that the first blood spilled in this war had not been Trojan. It had been Greek. It had been innocent. And it had been spilled by the same men who would later lecture him about honor. That memory festered. It became a wound that never healed, a quiet rage that lived beneath his skin and waited for a reason to erupt. He would not have to wait long. Troy did not fall in a day. The Greeks landed on the beaches beneath the city's walls, and the Trojans met them with arrows and fire and a determination that no Greek general had anticipated. The first battles were massacres on both sides, great chaotic struggles where men killed each other in the surf, and the sand turned red, and the sea itself seemed to recoil from the taste of blood. Then the war settled into a rhythm. It was not the rhythm of epic poetry, with its single combats and divine interventions and glorious charges. It was the rhythm of siege warfare, of attrition, of disease and boredom and small raids that accomplished nothing. For 9 years, the Greeks attacked Troy and were repelled. For 9 years, they raided the surrounding towns, stealing cattle and gold and women to keep the army fed and motivated. For 9 years, they sat in their camp on the beach and watched the walls of Troy mock them with their impregnability. Achilles fought in those years. He fought more than any other Greek, leading the Myrmidons in raid after raid, sacking town after town, building a reputation that spread beyond the camp and reached the ears of the Trojans themselves. By the 9th year, mothers used his name to frighten their children into obedience. By the 9th year, Trojan soldiers who saw his armor on the battlefield would break and run before he even reached them. He was not invulnerable. He bled. He was wounded, more than once, by arrows and spears and the kind of lucky strikes that happen in the chaos of battle. But he healed faster than other men. He fought harder than other men. He killed more efficiently, more beautifully, more terribly than any warrior who had ever lived. And he was not yet 20 years old. But the raids were not enough. The war was not enough. Achilles felt a restlessness building in him, a sense that he was meant for something larger than these petty skirmishes, these endless months of waiting for a city that would not fall. He wanted the decisive battle. He wanted the moment that would define him. He wanted to stand before Hector, the greatest of the Trojan warriors, and prove once and for all that there was no one in the world who could match him. That moment would come, but not in the way he expected. In the 9th year of the war, the Greeks sacked a town called Lyrnessus, an ally of Troy. Achilles led the attack himself, cutting through the defenders like a scythe through wheat, and when the town fell he claimed his prize, a woman named Briseis. She was not Helen. She was not even particularly beautiful by the standards of the age. But she was young, and she was frightened, and she looked at Achilles with a mixture of hatred and resignation that he found strangely compelling. He did not rape her. That was not his way. He treated her with a rough kindness, protecting her from the other Greeks, giving her a place in his tent, allowing her to mourn her family and her city in peace. She became, in the strange way of war, something like a companion, not a lover. Achilles had no interest in forcing himself on a captive, and Briseis had no interest in offering herself freely, but a presence, a witness, someone who saw him not as the terror of Troy, but as a young man who woke screaming in the night, who played the lyre with a skill that seemed impossible for a warrior, who stared at the walls of Troy for hours with an expression that Briseis eventually recognized as hunger. Hunger for what? She did not know. She would not know until much later. Meanwhile, Agamemnon had taken his own prize from the sack of Lyrnessus, a woman named Chryses, the daughter of Chryses, a priest of Apollo. And that choice would detonate the powder keg that had been building since Aulis, since Iphigenia, since the first day Achilles had looked at Agamemnon and felt the contempt of excellence for mere power. The plague came first. Apollo, angry at the dishonor done to his priest, sent a sickness into the Greek camp. Men died by the hundreds, their bodies covered in boils, their minds burning with fever. The camp became a charnel house, and the Greeks, terrified, demanded to know why the gods had turned against them. Calchas spoke. He always spoke when the gods were angry, and he always spoke truth, and he was always hated for it. Agamemnon must return Chryses to her father. That was the price of Apollo's forgiveness. That was the only way to stop the plague. Agamemnon raged. He was the commander-in-chief. He was the most powerful man in Greece. He would not be dictated to by a priest, by a prophet, by a god who cared more about one slave girl than about the fate of the entire expedition. But the plague did not stop. The bodies piled up. The army muttered. And finally, reluctantly, Agamemnon agreed to return Chryses. But he would not do it without compensation. "I will give up my prize," he announced to the assembled kings, "but only if I am given another in her place. And the prize I choose is Briseis, the girl of Achilles. She will come to my tent tonight, and she will serve me as she has served him." The silence that followed was the silence before an earthquake. Achilles stood up. He did not raise his voice. He did not draw his sword. He simply looked at Agamemnon with an expression that made the other kings step back, that made even Diomedes reach for his weapon, that made Odysseus close his eyes in dread. "You are not taking Briseis," Achilles said. "I am the king. You are a thief in a crown. You are a man who murders his own daughter for a favorable wind and thinks himself entitled to the property of better men. You have never fought beside me. You have never bled beside me. You sit in your tent and dispense orders while I kill your enemies. And now you think you can take what is mine because your own greed has angered a god." Agamemnon's face turned purple. "You forget yourself, boy. You are my vassal. You swore an oath. I swore an oath to defend Menelaus. I swore an oath to fight Troy. I did not swear an oath to be your slave. And I will not let you take Briseis. Touch her, and I will kill you. I will kill you where you stand, and I will not need an army to do it. I will need 10 seconds. Athena appeared, not to the whole assembly, to Achilles alone. The goddess of wisdom and war, gray-eyed and terrible, stepped between the two men and laid her hand on Achilles' sword arm. Only he could see her. Only he could hear her voice, soft as a blade being drawn from its sheath. "Do not kill him," she said. "Not yet. His time will come. But if you strike him now, you will die here, in this tent, and Troy will stand forever. Wait. Withdraw. Let the Greeks suffer without you. Let them learn what you are worth. And when they come begging, you will name your own price." Achilles lowered his hand. He did not know if Athena had truly appeared or if his own rage had conjured her, but her words made sense in a way that his own fury did not. He could kill Agamemnon. He could kill him easily. But what then? The army would fracture. The war would fail. And he would be remembered not as the greatest warrior of the age, but as a man who murdered his commander over a slave girl. No, that was not the story he wanted. He turned to Agamemnon. He spoke slowly, each word a stone dropped into a well. "Take her. Take Briseis. Take everything you want. But know this, when the Trojans reach our ships, when Hector is burning your tents and killing your men, when you are kneeling in the sand begging for mercy, I will not come. I will sit in my tent and play my lyre and watch you die. And as you die, you will understand that I was never your weapon. I was never your servant. I was the thing that made you look like a king, and without me, you are nothing." He walked out. He did not look at Briseis as he left. He could not. If he had looked at her, if he had seen the fear in her eyes, he might have turned back. He might have killed Agamemnon after all, and the whole world would have been different. But he did not look back. He walked to his tent on the beach, and he sat down on his cot, and he waited for the world to burn. The Greeks did not understand what had happened. They understood that Achilles was angry. They understood that Agamemnon had taken his prize, his gerus, the symbol of his honor and status in the warrior community. They understood that this was a serious breach of the social contract that held the army together. But they did not understand the depth of it. To them, Briseis was a slave. A beautiful slave, certainly, a valuable prize of war, but still a slave. She could be replaced. She could be compensated for with gold, with cattle, with other women from future raids. This was how the warrior economy worked. You took, you were deprived, you were recompensed. It was a system as old as the Bronze Age itself, and it had always worked before. But Achilles was not playing by those rules. Achilles had withdrawn from battle not because he wanted Briseis back. He had withdrawn because Agamemnon had proven, with perfect clarity, that he did not understand what Achilles was. He treated him like a vassal, like a subordinate, like a resource to be moved around the board at the king's pleasure. And Achilles, who had been raised by Chiron to believe that his excellence was intrinsic and non-negotiable, could not tolerate that treatment. It was not about Briseis. It was about recognition. And without recognition, Achilles would rather let the Greeks die. He sent word to his mother. Thetis came to him in the night, rising from the surf at the edge of the camp, her form visible only to him and to the Myrmidons who guarded his tent. She listened to his rage, his humiliation, his desire for vengeance. And she made him a promise. "I will go to Zeus," she said. "I will ask him to favor the Trojans. I will ask him to let the Greeks suffer until they understand what they have lost in you. And when Agamemnon comes crawling, when he offers you everything he has taken and more, then you will decide whether to save them or let them burn." And if Zeus refuses? Thetis smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a sea goddess who had watched empires rise and fall like waves. "Zeus owes me a favor. He owes me for the time I saved him from a rebellion that would have torn Olympus apart. He will grant this. But be careful what you wish for, my son. The Greeks will suffer. Men will die who might have lived, and their blood will be on your hands as surely as if you had killed them yourself. I do not care. You say that now, but when you see the ships burning, when you hear the screams of men who trusted you, you may feel differently. I will not." She left him then, walking back into the sea without another word. And Achilles sat in his tent and waited. The days turned into weeks. The weeks turned into months. Achilles did not fight. He did not train. He did not even leave his tent except to walk along the beach at night, staring at the walls of Troy with an intensity that made the sentries nervous. He played his lyre. He sang songs of home, of Phthia, of the mountains where he had learned to be a warrior. He ate little. He slept less. He became a ghost in his own camp, a legend that had withdrawn into silence. And the war went on without him. At first, the Greeks did not notice his absence. They had other warriors, Diomedes, Ajax, Odysseus, Menelaus himself. They launched attacks, raided Trojan territory, fought skirmishes that ranged from the walls of Troy to the surrounding plains. They won some, lost some, and told themselves that Achilles was a temperamental child who would come to his senses eventually. But then the tide turned. Zeus, bound by his promise to Thetis, began to favor the Trojans. Hector, the eldest son of Priam and the greatest Trojan warrior, led charge after charge against the Greek lines. The Greeks were pushed back, first to their walls, then to their ships. The Trojans burned the Greek campfires closer and closer to the beach. The air smelled of smoke and desperation. And still Achilles did not move. Patroclus watched him. Patroclus, who had been with him since childhood, who had followed him to Skyros and to Aulis and across the wine-dark sea, who knew his moods and his silences and the particular quality of his rage. Patroclus saw what the other Greeks did not see. He saw that Achilles was not sulking. He was waiting. He was waiting for the exact moment when his return would be not a mercy but a necessity, when the Greeks would be so desperate that they would beg him on their knees. And Patroclus was afraid. Not afraid of Achilles. Afraid for him. Because he knew that the longer this withdrawal lasted, the harder it would be for Achilles to return without losing face. And he knew, with the certainty of a man who has loved someone beyond reason, that Achilles would rather die than lose face. "You have to go back," Patroclus said one night, as the sound of Trojan drums echoed across the camp. Not for Agamemnon, for the men, for Ajax, who is holding the line alone, for the Myrmidons, who are itching to fight and do not understand why their king will not lead them. For me. Achilles did not look up from his lyre. "I cannot." "You can. You are the only one who can. Hector is pushing us back to the ships. If he burns the fleet, we are all dead. And if we are all dead, your glory dies with us. No one will sing songs of a warrior who let his army be destroyed because his pride was wounded. It is not pride. Then what is it?" Achilles set down the lyre. He looked at Patroclus, and for a moment the mask fell away. The warrior was gone, and in his place was a boy who had been abandoned by his mother, sent to live with a centaur, hidden in women's clothes, and then dragged across the sea to fight a war that had nothing to do with him. "It is the only thing I have," Achilles said. "My honor, my time. The Greeks do not respect me. Agamemnon treats me like a dog. If I go back now, if I return for nothing, I am confirming that I am what they think I am, a weapon to be used and discarded. But if I wait, if I let them suffer until they understand my value, then my return is not submission. It is salvation. And how many men die while you wait? I do not know. I do. I have been to the front lines. I have seen the bodies. I have watched Hector cut through our men like a farmer reaping wheat. And I have heard them ask, as they die, why Achilles does not come. Why the greatest warrior in Greece sits in his tent while lesser men bleed in the sand. Achilles stood up. He walked to the entrance of the tent and looked out at the camp, at the fires burning low, at the wounded men dragging themselves to the surgeons, at the darkness beyond where the Trojans were celebrating another day of victory. "Then let them ask," he said. "Let them die asking. Because the moment I return, I am no longer Achilles. I am Agamemnon's dog, running to his master's whistle. And I will not be that. I would rather be dead." Patroclus did not argue further. He knew his friend too well. He knew that once Achilles had staked his position, the mountains themselves could not move him. So he did the only thing he could do. He stayed. He sat with Achilles in the silence of the tent. He played dice with him. He sang with him. He held him when the nightmares came, when Achilles woke screaming about Iphigenia's eyes, about the fire on the altar, about the girl who had looked at him with hope while the knife came down. And he waited. They both waited, for the Greeks to break, for Agamemnon to bend, for the moment when the world would come begging, and Achilles would finally have the power to name his own price. That moment came, but not in the way either of them expected. Agamemnon broke first. Not publicly, not gracefully, not with the kind of humility that might have moved Achilles to forgiveness. But he broke. The Trojans had pushed the Greeks back to their ships. Hector was threatening to burn the fleet. The army was on the verge of mutiny, with soldiers talking openly of abandoning the expedition and sailing home. Something had to be done. Agamemnon called a council. He sat in his tent, surrounded by his advisors, and he made an offer. Not an apology. Agamemnon did not apologize, not to gods, not to men, not to the memory of his own daughter, but an offer. He would return Briseis. He would give Achilles additional treasures, gold, bronze, horses, women from future raids. He would restore Achilles' honor in front of the whole army. He would even swear a sacred oath that he had never slept with Briseis, that he had taken her only as a symbol of authority and not out of desire. It was a generous offer. By the standards of Bronze Age warfare, it was extraordinarily generous. Any other warrior would have accepted it immediately, returned to battle, and put the quarrel behind him. But Achilles was not any other warrior. Odysseus led the embassy. He came with Ajax the Greater and Phoenix, Achilles' old tutor, the man who had raised him after Peleus sent him to Chiron. They came at night, when the camp was quiet and the Trojan fires burned on the horizon like stars fallen to earth. Achilles received them in his tent. He did not offer them wine. He did not offer them seats. He stood by the entrance, his arms crossed, his face expressionless, and he let them speak. Odysseus spoke first. He was the diplomat, the persuader, the man who could talk a stone into rolling uphill. He laid out Agamemnon's offer in detail, emphasizing the riches, the restoration of honor, the opportunity for Achilles to return as a savior rather than a supplicant. He spoke of the glory that awaited, of the songs that would be sung, of the eternal fame that would come to the man who saved Greece from destruction. Achilles listened without moving. When Odysseus finished, he turned to Ajax. "What do you say, son of Telamon?" Ajax was not a talker. He was a fighter, a man of action and blunt honesty. He looked at Achilles with the eyes of a warrior who had been holding the line alone, who had watched his friends die while the greatest fighter in the world sat in a tent and played music. "I say the ships are burning," Ajax said. "I say Hector is laughing at us. I say that every day you do not fight, good men die who do not have to die. I do not care about Agamemnon's offer. I do not care about his gold or his apologies or his sacred oaths. I care about the men on the front line who are asking, every hour, why Achilles has forsaken them. And I am asking too." Achilles nodded. He turned to Phoenix. "And you, old man, you who held me when I was a child, you who taught me to speak and to fight and to pray, what do you say?" Phoenix wept. He was old, older than Peleus, and the years of war had bent his back and dimmed his eyes. But his voice was still strong, and his love for Achilles was still fierce. "I say come back," Phoenix said. "Not for Agamemnon, not for the gold. Come back for me. Come back for the boy I raised, the boy who would never let a friend suffer while he had the power to help. I know you are angry. I know your honor has been wounded, but anger is a fire that burns the one who holds it. Do not let it consume you. Do not let it consume us all." The tent was silent. Outside, the sea whispered against the shore, and somewhere in the distance a wounded man cried out in his sleep. Achilles walked to the center of the tent. He looked at each of them in turn. Odysseus, with his clever eyes and his careful words. Ajax, with his honest grief and his wounded pride. Phoenix, with his tears and his love. And he spoke, "I honor you all. I honor your courage in coming here. I honor your friendship, which I have not deserved in these past weeks. But I cannot accept." Odysseus started to speak. Achilles raised his hand, and something in his expression stopped the words in Odysseus' throat. "Listen to me, all of you. Listen to what I am about to say, because I will never say it again. I am going to die at Troy. I have known this since before I left Phthia. My mother told me, the fates have decreed it. If I stay and fight, I will die young, but I will die glorious. If I leave now, if I sail home with my ships and my myrmidons, I will live a long life. I will grow old. I will marry. I will have children who will bury me when my time comes, and no one will remember my name." He paused. His voice dropped, became almost gentle, the way a blade is gentle just before it cuts. "So tell me, Odysseus, what does Agamemnon's gold mean to a dead man? What do his apologies mean? What does his restoration of honor mean, when the honor he offers is the honor of a servant, not a king? I am not his subject. I am not his dog. I am Achilles, son of Peleus and Thetis, pupil of Chiron, and I will not be bought." He turned away. He looked at the wall of the tent, where the shadow of a spear hung like a promise. "But there is something else. Something I have not told anyone, not even Patroclus. The reason I will not go back is not just pride. It is certainty. I am certain, with every fiber of my being, that Agamemnon has not changed. He offers me gifts today because he needs me. But the moment the danger passes, the moment Troy is threatened and then saved, he will forget. He will take back what he has given. He will find some new insult, some new way to diminish me, because that is what men like him do. They cannot help it. Power without excellence corrupts absolutely, and Agamemnon has power without excellence in abundance." He turned back to face them. "So go back to him. Tell him I refuse his gifts. Tell him I refuse his apology. Tell him that when the Trojans are at his throat, when Hector is standing over him with a spear, I will remember this moment. I will remember that he came to me not as a supplicant, but as a buyer, and I will know that I was right to refuse." Odysseus bowed his head. Ajax clenched his fists until the knuckles turned white. Phoenix wept openly, his old shoulders shaking with sobs. They left without another word, and Achilles watched them go, and he felt something he had not expected to feel. Not triumph, not vindication, loneliness. The loneliness of a man who has chosen his principles over his people, who has chosen death over compromise, who has chosen to be right rather than to be loved. Patroclus entered after they had gone. He looked at Achilles' face, and he understood everything without being told. "You sent them away?" Patroclus said. "I sent them away. And now?" Achilles sat down on his cot. He picked up his lyre, but he did not play it. He simply held it, feeling the wood warm beneath his fingers. "Now we wait. We wait for the world to end, or for me to change my mind. And I do not think I will change my mind, Patroclus. I think this is who I am now. The man who would rather watch everything burn than bow to a lesser king." Patroclus sat beside him. He did not speak. He did not need to. He simply sat there, shoulder to shoulder, in the darkness of the tent, while the war raged on outside, and the fire crept closer to the ships. And in that silence, the next tragedy began to take shape. Not in the mind of Achilles, who was too consumed by his own righteousness to see it, but in the mind of Patroclus, who loved his friend more than he loved his own life, and who was already beginning to understand what that love would cost him. The battle was not a battle. It was a hurricane made of bronze. Patroclus had fought before. He had killed men before. But he had never experienced anything like this. The total, overwhelming sensory assault of mass combat. The way sound became a physical force that pressed against his chest. The way sight narrowed to a tunnel of screaming faces and flashing metal. The way time itself seemed to fracture into 1,000 shards, each one lasting an eternity and ending in an instant. He fought as Achilles. He moved as Achilles. He killed as Achilles. The Myrmidons followed him into the Trojan lines, and the Trojans broke before them. Not because Patroclus was a great warrior. He was competent, brave, skilled, but he was not great. But because they believed he was Achilles. The terror of Achilles had been built over 9 years of slaughter, and it operated independently of the man himself. It was a force of nature, a psychological weapon more powerful than any spear. Patroclus killed a man he did not see. He killed another whose face he would remember until the moment of his own death, a young Trojan, barely bearded, whose eyes went wide with surprise as the spear punched through his throat. He killed and killed and killed, and each death cost him something, carved away some piece of his soul that he would never get back. But he did not stop. He could not stop. The armor drove him forward. The Myrmidons drove him forward. The sheer momentum of violence drove him forward. He reached the ships. He saw the fire. He saw Hector. The Trojan prince was magnificent. Even in the chaos of battle, even covered in blood and dust, he moved with a grace that made Patroclus ache with envy and admiration. Hector was everything Achilles was not: patient, dutiful, devoted to his city and his family, a man who fought not for glory but for love. He was the defender, the wall of Troy, the father who would kiss his son goodbye before riding out to die for him. And he was killing Greeks. He was killing them with an efficiency that matched Achilles' own, cutting through the defenders of the ships like a farmer reaping wheat, his bronze armor gleaming in the firelight, his war cry ringing across the beach. Patroclus should have stopped. He should have recognized that he had accomplished his goal. The Trojans were retreating from the ships. The fire was being extinguished. The Greeks were rallying. He should have turned back, returned the armor, confessed to Achilles what he had done, and accepted whatever punishment his friend decreed. But he did not stop. Something had awakened in him. Something that had been sleeping since the first day of the war, since the first time he had watched Achilles kill and felt a mixture of awe and horror and desire. The armor was not just metal. It was a transformation. It was a possession. And whatever lived inside that bronze, the spirit of Achilles, the blessing of Thetis, the curse of the fates, had entered Patroclus and would not let him go. He charged Hector. The two men met at the prow of a burning ship. The heat was so intense it warped the air between them, making their figures shimmer like ghosts. Hector saw the armor, saw the plume, saw the shield with its rings of divine craftsmanship, and for a moment, just a moment, he hesitated. Achilles, Hector said, not in fear, in recognition, in the way a man might greet his equal, his opposite, the other half of a cosmic balance. But Patroclus was not Achilles, and Hector realized it in the first exchange of blows. The spear work was wrong. The footwork was slightly off. The rhythm, the timing, the infinite small calculations that separate a master from a student, all of it was slightly wrong. Hector was the greatest warrior in Troy, trained from childhood by the finest instructors, tested in 10 years of unrelenting war. He could read a fighter in the space between heartbeats. And he read Patroclus. "You are not him," Hector said. His voice was almost gentle. "Who are you, wearing the armor of a greater man?" Patroclus did not answer. He attacked again and again, and each time Hector parried with ease, with something that looked almost like pity. The other Trojans had formed a circle around them, watching their champion face the ghost of the Greek terror. The Myrmidons pressed forward, trying to reach their leader, but they were held back by the Trojan ranks. "You wear his shell," Hector said, dodging a thrust that would have killed a lesser man. "But you do not have his soul. Step aside. Remove the armor. I have no quarrel with you. My quarrel is with the man who hides in his tent while his friends die in his place." Patroclus screamed. It was not a war cry. It was the sound of a man who has been seen through, exposed, reduced to nothing in front of the world. He threw himself at Hector with every ounce of strength he possessed, and Hector, with a movement so economical it seemed lazy, sidestepped, reversed his grip on his spear, and drove it upward into the gap between the breastplate and the backplate. The divine armor had no flaw, but it had gaps. Every armor has gaps, and Patroclus, in his fury, had left his back exposed. The spear punched through his spine. He felt it as a cold shock, a disconnection, as if someone had cut the strings that held his body together. His legs went numb. His arms went slack. The great spear of Achilles fell from his fingers and stuck point first in the sand. He fell to his knees. The helmet rolled off. His face, young, frightened, nothing like the terrible beauty of Achilles, was exposed to the firelight. Hector looked down at him. The Trojan prince's expression was unreadable. Not triumph, not even satisfaction. Something closer to grief. "You should not have worn his armor," Hector said. "It was too heavy for you." Patroclus tried to speak. Blood filled his mouth. He wanted to say something about Achilles, about love, about the choice he had made and why he had made it. But the words would not come. Only blood. Only the cold spreading through his body, replacing heat, replacing life, replacing everything he had ever been with a silence that had no bottom. Hector pulled the spear free. Patroclus collapsed face down in the sand. The last thing he saw was the firelight reflecting off the bronze of Achilles' breastplate, the armor that had killed him more surely than any Trojan weapon. Hector bent down. He stripped the armor from Patroclus' body. It came away easily, the straps cut, the buckles undone. He held the breastplate up to the firelight, and the scenes of stars and cities seemed to move, seemed to breathe, seemed to whisper secrets that no mortal man was meant to hear. Then Hector put it on. He would wear Achilles' armor in the next battle. He would wear it when he faced the real Achilles, when the true owner of that bronze came screaming across the plain to reclaim what was his. And that choice, that act of putting on the armor of a man he had killed by proxy, would seal Hector's fate more certainly than any prophecy. But that was still to come. For now, Hector stood over Patroclus' body and ordered his men to leave it. Let the Greeks find their champion's companion. Let them see what happens to those who pretend to be gods. Let them carry the news to the tent where Achilles sat playing his lyre. And let them watch what happened when a man who had nothing left to lose finally decided to fight. The Trojans withdrew. The Greeks recovered the body. And the war, which had been terrible before, became something else entirely. It became personal. Antilochus found him. Antilochus, the son of Nestor, a young warrior who had admired Patroclus and feared Achilles in equal measure. He ran to the tent where Achilles sat with his lyre, and he burst through the entrance without announcing himself, without permission, without any thought except the desperate need to speak before the world ended. "Patroclus," Antilochus gasped. "He is dead. Hector killed him. He wore your armor. He led the Myrmidons. He saved the ships. But Hector, he did not finish." Achilles did not move. Not at first. He sat with the lyre in his hands, his fingers frozen on the strings, and he looked at Antilochus with an expression that the young man would remember for the rest of his life. An expression of absolute, total incomprehension, as if Achilles had been told that the sun had fallen from the sky or the sea had turned to stone. Then he moved. It was not a human movement. It was something older, something that predated civilization and language and the thin veneer of culture that men laid over their animal nature. Achilles opened his mouth, and the sound that came out was not a scream. It was not a cry. It was a raw, wordless expression of grief so vast it seemed to shake the earth itself. He fell to his knees. He tore at his hair, at his clothes, at his own flesh, leaving bloody furrows across his chest and arms. He rolled in the dirt of the tent floor, and his body convulsed with sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his lungs, deeper than his heart, from some core of his being that had never been touched before and was now being annihilated. The Myrmidons heard. The Greeks heard. Even the Trojans, across the plain, heard something, a sound so terrible it made their blood run cold, a sound that seemed to come from the earth itself rather than from any human throat. Achilles screamed until his voice broke. Then he screamed silently, his mouth open, his eyes wide, tears streaming down his face and mixing with the dirt and the blood to create a mask of mud and grief that made him look like something risen from a grave. He screamed for Patroclus. He screamed for himself. He screamed for the choice he had made and the price he had paid and the future he had thrown away without understanding what he was throwing away. He screamed because the one person who had loved him without condition, without expectation, without the need for him to be anything other than what he was, that person was dead. Dead because of him. Dead because of his pride. Dead because he had sat in his tent and sulked while the world burned. And Patroclus had tried to save him from himself and had died in the attempt. The grief was not clean. It was not noble. It was not the grief of a hero in an epic poem, dignified and restrained and ultimately redemptive. It was ugly. It was animal. It was the grief of a child who has lost his mother, a lover who has lost his beloved, a soul that has lost its other half and does not know how to continue existing as a single entity. He lay on the floor of the tent for hours. Men came and went. Nestor, Phoenix, Ajax, even Odysseus, but no one dared approach him. They stood at the entrance and watched the greatest warrior in Greece reduced to a creature of pure suffering, and they understood, finally, what Achilles had been hiding beneath his armor of pride and rage. He was human. He was more human than any of them, because his capacity for feeling was so much greater than theirs. He could love more completely, and therefore he could grieve more absolutely. And the grief that now consumed him was the dark mirror of the love that had preceded it. When he finally stopped screaming, when his body had exhausted itself, and he lay still on the dirt, Thetis came. She rose from the sea at the edge of the camp, and she walked through the Greek lines without being seen, her divine form invisible to mortal eyes except for the trail of wet footprints she left in the sand. She entered the tent, and she looked down at her son, and she saw what grief had done to him. He was not the boy she had held over the fire. He was not the young man who had laughed at her offer of safety. He was something broken, something shattered, a mosaic of a human being with most of the pieces missing. "My son," she said. Achilles looked up at her. His eyes were red, swollen, almost unrecognizable. But when he spoke, his voice was clear. It was the clearest it had ever been, because it had only one purpose now, only one goal, only one reason to continue existing. "Hector," Achilles said, "I am going to kill Hector, and then I am going to die, and I do not care what comes after." Thetis knelt beside him. She took his face in her hands, the face she had caressed when he was an infant, the face she had watched from the sea for 19 years, the face that was now twisted with a pain no mother should ever have to see in her child. "You will die," she said. "If you kill Hector, your own death follows immediately. The fates have decreed it. I have seen the thread. Hector's death and yours are bound together like the strands of a rope. I know. You know? You know, and still you will go. I have nothing else. Patroclus is dead. My honor is ash. The Greeks can burn for all I care, but Hector must die. He must die slowly. He must die screaming. He must die knowing that he took from me the only thing I ever loved, and that there is no punishment in this world or the next that is sufficient for that crime." Thetis wept. She wept the tears of a goddess, which are not salt water but something more precious, something that turns to amber and pearl when it hits the earth. She wept for her son, for the boy she had tried to save, for the man he had become and the corpse he would soon be. But she did not argue. She knew better than to argue with Achilles when he had made up his mind. Instead, she gave him what she could. She gave him new armor. She went to Olympus. She went to the forge of Hephaestus, the lame god, the craftsman of the gods, and she begged him to create a panoply worthy of her son's final battle. Hephaestus, who owed Thetis a debt from the time she had saved him from being thrown from Olympus by his mother Hera, agreed. He worked through the night. The forge on Olympus blazed with a light visible from earth, and the sound of his hammer rang across the heavens like thunder. He forged a breastplate harder than any mortal bronze, greaves that fit Achilles' legs like a second skin, a helmet whose plumes seemed to move with its own wind. And he forged the shield. The shield was his masterpiece. It was not merely a defensive tool. It was a world. 5 concentric rings, each one depicting a different aspect of human existence. The center showed the sun and moon and stars, the celestial order that governed all things. The next ring showed cities at peace, weddings, harvests, courts of law, the gentle works of civilization. The next showed cities at war, siege, slaughter, the chaos that civilization tried to keep at bay. The next showed the agricultural cycle, plowing, reaping, the eternal rhythm of the earth. And the outermost ring showed the ocean, the river Oceanus that encircled the world, the boundary between the known and the unknown, between life and death, between mortal and divine. Hephaestus gave this armor to Thetis, and Thetis brought it to her son. She found him still lying on the floor of the tent, but something had changed in him. The grief had not diminished. It would never diminish, but it had been transformed. It had been forged, in the furnace of his soul, into something harder and colder than grief. It had become rage. Achilles rose. He took the armor from his mother. He felt its weight, its perfection, its divine craftsmanship. He strapped on the greaves. He pulled on the breastplate. He lifted the shield, and the scenes of peace and war seemed to move in the firelight, as if the shield itself were alive, watching, waiting. He took up his spear, not the one Patroclus had carried, but a new one, forged by Hephaestus to match the armor. He looked at himself in the polished bronze, and he did not see Achilles the man. He saw Achilles the weapon, Achilles the death-bringer, Achilles the force of nature that was about to be unleashed upon Troy with a fury that would make the previous 9 years of war look like a children's game. "I am ready," he said. Thetis touched his face one last time. "I will not see you again," she said. "Not in life. When you die, I will come for your body. I will take you from the pyre and bring you to the island of Look, where the heroes of legend dwell in eternal peace. But I will not see you walk or speak or breathe again. This is goodbye, my son." Achilles looked at her. For a moment, the rage dropped away, and she saw the boy she had held over the fire, the infant she had tried to make immortal, the child who had laughed at her offer of safety. "Goodbye, mother," he said. "Thank you for trying." Then he turned. He walked out of the tent, and the world changed. The Greeks had never seen anything like it. Achilles emerged from his tent in the divine armor, and the sun itself seemed to dim in comparison. The bronze blazed with a light that was not reflected but generated, as if Hephaestus had captured a piece of the sun and imprisoned it in the metal. The shield was a mirror of the world, and men who looked at it saw their own faces distorted into masks of awe and terror. He did not speak. He walked through the camp, and the Greeks parted before him like the sea before a prow. They did not cheer. They did not shout his name. They were too frightened. This was not the Achilles they had known. This was something else. This was death itself, wearing the face of a beautiful young man. He went to the place where Patroclus' body lay. The Greeks had recovered it from the battlefield, and it had been washed and prepared for burial, though the funeral would have to wait until after the battle. Achilles knelt beside it. He removed his helmet. He looked at the face of his friend, pale, still, already beginning to show the subtle changes of death, but still beautiful, still Patroclus. "I am sorry," Achilles whispered. "I am sorry for my pride. I am sorry for my rage. I am sorry that I let you go where I should have gone, that I let you wear what I should have worn, that I let you die because I was too stubborn to live. I cannot bring you back, but I can send Hector to you. I can send him ahead, and I can make sure that when you meet him in the house of Hades, he knows why he is there." He bent down. He kissed Patroclus' forehead. The touch of his lips left a mark, a faint burn, as if the divine fire in Achilles' blood had branded his friend in death as he had never dared to brand him in life. Then he stood. He put his helmet back on. He turned to the Myrmidons. "Myrmidons!" he shouted, and his voice was not human. It was the voice of a god, amplified by grief and rage and the divine armor that Hephaestus had forged. "Myrmidons, you have followed me across the sea. You have followed me through 9 years of war. You have followed me through my pride and my folly and my withdrawal. Today, you follow me one last time. Today, we will show Troy what happens when you take from Achilles the only thing he loved. Today, we will paint the plain of Ilium with Trojan blood until the rivers run red and the earth itself turns to rust. Today, we will kill until there is no one left to kill, and then we will kill the gods themselves if they try to stop us." The Myrmidons roared. They roared with a ferocity that made the ground shake. They had been waiting for this. They had been waiting for their king to return, for the weapon to be unsheathed, for the terror to be unleashed. And now, finally, it was happening. Achilles led them onto the plain. The Trojans saw him coming. They saw the armor, the shield, the plume that seemed to touch the sky. And they ran. They did not fight. They did not form ranks. They did not even try to resist. The Trojan army, which had been pushing the Greeks back to the sea for weeks, which had been on the verge of burning the fleet, which had been led by Hector in a string of victories that seemed unstoppable, that army dissolved like salt in water at the sight of Achilles. He killed them as they ran. He did not discriminate between warriors and civilians, between armed men and unarmed stragglers, between those who fought and those who fled. He killed with a mechanical efficiency that was more terrifying than any battle fury. He killed because killing was the only language he had left, the only expression of grief that seemed adequate to the magnitude of his loss. The plain became a slaughterhouse. The Scamander River, which flowed through the Trojan plain, ran red with blood. Achilles waded through it, killing, always killing, and the corpses piled up so thick that they dammed the river and caused it to overflow its banks. The gods watched. Zeus, from his throne on Olympus, watched the carnage with a mixture of satisfaction and dread. He had promised Thetis that he would favor the Trojans until Achilles returned to battle, and now that promise was fulfilled. But he had not anticipated this. He had not anticipated that Achilles would become something so purely destructive, so utterly devoid of mercy or restraint. Apollo watched too. Apollo, who had guided Paris' arrow and who had protected Hector through the long years of war. Apollo saw his Trojan favorites dying by the hundreds, and he felt the first stirrings of fear, not for himself. Gods do not fear mortals, but for the balance of the war, for the fate of Troy, for the city he had loved since its founding. And Hector watched. Hector stood on the walls of Troy and watched Achilles cut through his people like a reaper through wheat. He saw the divine armor, the shield that seemed to contain the world, the spear that killed with every thrust. He saw death incarnate walking toward his city, and he knew, with the certainty of a man facing his own end, that he would have to face this creature. He would have to stand between Achilles and Troy, not because he could win, but because he was Hector, and Hector did not run. But not yet. First, the gods intervened. Apollo led Achilles away from the city, taking the form of a Trojan warrior and luring him into a chase that carried him across the plain and away from the walls. It was a desperate gambit, a divine deception meant to buy time for the Trojans to retreat behind their defenses. And it worked. Achilles, consumed by bloodlust, followed the false Trojan until he realized he had been tricked. By then, the sun was setting, and the Trojans had sealed their gates, and the day's slaughter was done. But it was not enough. The gods knew it was not enough. Achilles would return the next day, and the next, and he would not stop until Hector was dead and Troy was ashes. That night, in the palace of Priam, Hector made his decision. He knew he could not defeat Achilles. No mortal man could defeat Achilles, not when he wore the armor of Hephaestus and carried the grief of Patroclus in his heart. But he could delay him. He could wound him. He could buy time for his family to escape, for his city to prepare, for the Trojans to find some miracle that might save them from the death that was walking toward their gates. And if he died, when he died, he would die as he had lived, as the defender of Troy, as the husband of Andromache, as the father of Astyanax, as a man who had done his duty, however impossible, however hopeless, however fatal. He went to his wife. He went to Andromache, who was weaving by the fire with their son in her lap, and he looked at them with an expression that made her drop her shuttle and rise to her feet in fear. "You are going to fight him," she said. "It was not a question. I must. You will die. I know." She wept. She wept as Thetis had wept, as Achilles had wept, as all the women of Troy had wept and would weep until the city fell. She wept for her husband, for her son, for the life they would not have, for the old age they would not share, for the grandchildren who would never be born. "Then take me with you," she said. "Let me die beside you. Do not leave me to be a slave, to be passed from Greek to Greek like a prize of war. Kill me now, Hector. Kill your son. Spare us the fate that awaits us when you are gone." Hector looked at her. He looked at his son, who was too young to understand what was happening, who reached for his father's helmet with chubby hands and laughed at the reflection in the bronze. "I cannot," Hector said. "I cannot kill what I love. I can only protect it. And if I fail, if I fall, then you must live. You must survive. You must carry our son to safety, and you must tell him what his father was, and you must make sure that the name Hector does not die with me." He embraced her. He held her until her sobs subsided into silence. Then he put on his armor, his own armor, not the stolen panoply of Achilles, which he had returned to the Trojan armory after realizing what it truly was. He took up his spear. He kissed his son one last time, feeling the small hands on his cheek, smelling the baby scent of him, memorizing the weight of him in his arms. Then he walked out of the palace. He walked through the streets of Troy, and the people cheered him, and the women wept, and the old men bowed their heads in respect. He walked to the Scaean gates, and he ordered them opened, and he stepped out onto the plain where Achilles was waiting. The plain was empty, not empty of bodies. The corpses of the previous day's slaughter still lay where they had fallen, bloating in the sun, food for dogs and birds and the carrion eaters that followed armies. But empty of life. No Trojan soldiers had followed Hector. No Greek soldiers had followed Achilles. The two men stood alone on the blood-soaked earth, facing each other across a distance of 100 paces, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Achilles had removed his helmet. He wanted Hector to see his face. He wanted the Trojan prince to look into the eyes of the man whose friend he had killed, to understand that this was not a battle between Greece and Troy, not a clash of armies or ideologies or kings. This was personal. This was vengeance. This was the settling of a debt that could only be paid in blood and pain and the extinction of one of them. Hector spoke first. "I know what you have come for," he said. His voice carried across the empty plain, clear and steady despite the fear that must have been pounding in his chest. "I know that you want my life for the life of Patroclus, and I will give it to you, not willingly. I am a warrior, and I will fight until my last breath. But I want you to know, Achilles, that I did not want to kill him. I offered him mercy. I told him to remove the armor, to step aside, to live. He chose to fight. He chose to die, and I honor him for that choice." Achilles did not respond. He simply began to walk forward, his shield held before him, his spear balanced in his right hand, each step kicking up dust from the dry earth. "I have a wife," Hector continued. He was backing away, circling, trying to find an opening, trying to delay the inevitable. "I have a son. When I am dead, they will be at your mercy. I ask you, not as a warrior, but as a man, to spare them. Do not let your grief turn you into a monster. Do not make my death the beginning of their suffering." Achilles kept walking. His eyes were fixed on Hector with an intensity that seemed to burn, that seemed to strip away the armor and the flesh and looked directly at the soul beneath. "I have a father too," Hector said. His voice was beginning to crack. "Priam is an old man. He has lost sons before. He will lose more before this war is over. But I am his favorite. I am the one he trusted to defend his city. When you kill me, you will break him. You will break my mother. You will break everyone who ever loved me. Is that what you want? Is that the glory you seek? To be remembered as the man who destroyed not just bodies, but hearts." Achilles stopped. He was 20 paces from Hector now, close enough to see the sweat on the Trojan's forehead, the tremor in his hands, the courage that was holding him together by sheer force of will. "Yes," Achilles said. It was the first word he had spoken since leaving his tent. It was a whisper, but it carried across the plain like a thunderclap. "That is exactly what I want. I want to break hearts. I want to destroy everything you love, everything Troy loves, everything the world holds dear. I want them to speak of this day in 1,000 years and shudder. I want mothers to use my name to frighten their children. I want the gods themselves to look down and say, 'There is what grief can do to a man. There is what love, when it is taken away, can become.'" He raised his spear. "You killed Patroclus. You took from me the only person who made this war bearable, the only person who saw me as a man and not a weapon, the only person who loved me without wanting something in return. And for that, Hector, there is no mercy. There is no honor. There is only this." He charged. The fight was not long. It was not epic in the poetic sense. It was not a clash of equals, a noble struggle between two great warriors who respect each other even as they try to kill each other. It was an execution. Hector fought bravely. He fought with every skill he possessed, every trick he had learned in 10 years of war, every ounce of courage that had made him the defender of Troy. He struck Achilles' shield and felt his spear point slide off the divine bronze. He dodged a thrust that would have pierced his heart and countered with a blow that would have killed any other man. He fought with the desperation of a man who knows he is going to die, but refuses to make it easy. But Achilles was not any other man. Achilles was something else now. The grief had burned away everything human in him, everything that might have hesitated, might have shown mercy, might have recognized in Hector a kindred spirit, another man who loved and fought and would die for what he believed in. All that was left was the weapon. All that was left was death. Achilles wounded him first, a shallow cut across the thigh that made Hector stumble. Then another, across the shoulder, opening the armor and the flesh beneath. Hector was slowing, bleeding, his movements becoming clumsy as blood loss and exhaustion took their toll. And Achilles toyed with him. He could have killed Hector in the first exchange. He could have ended it with a single thrust through the throat or the heart or the gap in the armor that he had identified in the first minute of combat. But he did not. He prolonged the fight. He let Hector bleed. He let him suffer. He wanted Hector to feel what Patroclus had felt, the fear, the helplessness, the gradual realization that death was not an abstract concept, but a concrete reality that was about to swallow you whole. Finally, when Hector could barely stand, when he was leaning on his spear like an old man leaning on a staff, Achilles struck the killing blow. It was not clean. He drove his spear into Hector's throat, not through the heart, not through the brain, but into the throat, so that Hector would die slowly, choking on his own blood, looking up at Achilles with eyes that were still aware, still seeing, still feeling. Hector fell. He hit the earth with a sound like a sack of grain dropped from a height. He lay on his back, his hands clutching the spear shaft that protruded from his neck, his legs twitching, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for water. Achilles stood over him. He looked down at the man he had killed, and for a moment, just a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Not regret, not mercy, recognition. The recognition that Hector, too, had loved. That Hector, too, had lost. That Hector, too, had stood on a plain and faced a death he could not avoid. But the moment passed. The grief returned, and with it the rage, and the rage demanded more than death. The rage demanded desecration. Achilles stripped Hector's body. He took the armor, Hector's own armor, not the stolen panoply that Patroclus had worn. He took the weapons. He took the helmet with its horsehair plume, the shield with its embossed lion, the greaves that had protected the legs of the defender of Troy. And then he tied Hector's body to his chariot. He did this himself. He would not let a servant touch the corpse. He knelt in the dirt and wrapped the leather straps around Hector's ankles, pulling them tight, checking the knots with the same care he might have used to prepare his own armor. Then he stood. He mounted his chariot. He took the reins. He did not look back at the walls of Troy, where Andromache was watching, where Priam was watching, where the entire city was watching their champion being dragged like garbage across the plain he had died to defend. He did not look at the Greeks, who had emerged from their camp to watch the spectacle, some cheering, some silent, some turning away in disgust. He looked only forward. He whipped the horses, and he drove. The chariot leaped forward. Hector's body bounced behind it, dragged through the dust and the rocks and the blood-soaked earth. The divine armor that Achilles wore caught the sunlight and blazed like a star, while behind him the body of the Trojan prince was reduced to something unrecognizable, something that no longer looked human, something that was merely meat and bone and the tattered remnants of dignity. Achilles drove around the walls of Troy 3 times. The Trojans watched from the battlements, unable to intervene, unable to look away. Priam collapsed. Andromache screamed until her voice broke. The old men of Troy wept and tore their clothes. The children hid their faces in their mothers' skirts. And Achilles drove on. He drove until the horses were lathered with sweat, until his own arms ached from holding the reins, until Hector's body was so mangled that it was barely recognizable as having ever been a man. Then he stopped. He cut the body loose. He left it in the dust, face down, arms spread, a cruciform shadow on the earth. He returned to the Greek camp. He did not speak. He went to his tent. He sat beside Patroclus' body, and he waited for the night to come. For 12 days, Achilles dragged Hector's body. Each morning, he would rise before dawn, go to the place where the corpse lay, and tie it to his chariot again. Each day, he would drive it around the tomb of Patroclus, 3 times, 7 times, 12 times, as if the desecration of the dead could somehow bring the dead back to life. Each evening, he would return the body to its place and sit in his tent, staring at nothing, eating nothing, speaking to no one. The gods were angry. Apollo, protector of Troy and guardian of the dead, was furious. He watched Achilles' daily ritual with a rage that made the sun dim and the crops wither. He went to Zeus and demanded that something be done. He went to Thetis and demanded that she intervene. He went to the other gods and shamed them for allowing such an outrage against the natural order. Zeus listened. Zeus, who had favored the Trojans until Achilles returned to battle, who had watched the carnage with a divine detachment that bordered on indifference, finally acted. He sent Iris, the messenger goddess, to Thetis with a command: "Tell your son to release the body. Tell him that the gods demand it. Tell him that even grief does not justify the desecration of the dead. Thetis came to Achilles again. She found him thinner than before, his face hollow, his eyes burning with a light that seemed to come from somewhere beyond sanity. He was sitting beside Patroclus' body, which had been preserved by divine means. Thetis herself had kept it from decaying, though she could not restore the life that had fled it. "My son," she said, "Zeus commands you to release Hector's body." Achilles did not look up. "I do not care what Zeus commands." "You must care. The gods are angry. Apollo is threatening to strike you down himself. And if the gods turn against you, your death will not be glorious. It will be shameful. It will be the death of a madman, not a hero." "I am already dead," Achilles said. "I died when Patroclus died. What remains is only a body that has not yet stopped moving. Let Apollo strike me. Let Zeus himself hurl his thunderbolt. It would be a mercy." Thetis knelt beside him. She took his hand, the hand that had killed Hector, that had dragged a corpse through the dust, that had once played the lyre with a skill that made the muses weep. "You are not dead," she said. "You are grieving. And grief is not death. Grief is the price of love. You loved Patroclus, and you are paying the price. But the price does not have to be infinite. You can stop. You can release Hector. You can let his father bury him, and you can begin to heal." "Heal?" Achilles laughed. It was a terrible sound, dry and cracked, like wine through dead leaves. "Heal into what? A king? A husband? A father? I will never be those things. I will never grow old. I will never sit by a fire and tell stories to grandchildren. I will die here, at Troy, and the only thing that will survive me is the memory of what I did. And if that memory is to be one of horror, then let it be the greatest horror the world has ever known. Let them speak of me and shudder. Let them tell their children, 'Be good, or Achilles will come for you.' That is the only immortality left to me." Thetis wept. She wept for the boy who had laughed on Mount Pelion, who had played with Chiron's children, who had looked at the stars and wondered what they were. That boy was gone. In his place was this creature of grief and rage, this death machine that had forgotten how to be human. But she did not give up. She could not give up. She was his mother. "Then do it for me," she said. "Not for Zeus, not for Apollo, not for Hector or Priam or Troy. Do it for me. Release the body. Let me see my son act with mercy, if only once, before he dies. Let me have that memory to carry with me into eternity." Achilles looked at her. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he nodded. "For you," he said, "I will release him. But not yet. Not until I have made them understand. Not until Priam himself comes to beg." Thetis frowned. "Priam will not come. He is an old man. He is a king. He will send emissaries. He will offer ransom. But he will not come himself." "He will come," Achilles said, "because I will make him come. Because the fates have already written it. Because this story is not over until the father of the man I killed kneels in the dirt before me and asks for his son's body. And when he does, I will give it to him. Not because Zeus commands it, not because you ask it, but because I will see in his eyes the same grief that is in mine, and for one moment, we will be brothers in loss. And that moment will be worth more than all the gold in Troy." Thetis did not understand. She did not need to understand. She only needed to know that her son would release the body, that the gods would be appeased, that the cycle of desecration would end. She returned to Olympus. She told Zeus that Achilles would yield, but only to Priam himself. And Zeus, who understood the poetry of fate better than any god, smiled. He sent a dream to Priam, a vision that instructed the old king to go to the Greek camp alone, to enter Achilles' tent, and to beg for his son's body. Priam woke from the dream and knew it was true. He knew that Hector's soul could not rest until his body was burned on a pyre and his ashes placed in a golden urn. He knew that the gods had spoken, and that he must obey, however dangerous, however humiliating, however impossible the task seemed. He prepared a ransom. He loaded a cart with gold and bronze and fine cloth and wine, the treasures of a king who was about to lose everything. He chose a single driver, an old man named Idaeus who had served him since youth. And he waited for nightfall. When the sun went down, when the Greek camp was quiet and the Trojan walls were dark, Priam drove out of the Scaean gates. He passed through the plain where his son had died, where the body still lay in the dust, where the marks of the chariot wheels were still visible in the earth. He did not look at the body. He could not. If he looked, he would stop. If he stopped, he would die. And if he died, Hector would never rest. He drove to the Greek camp. He passed the guards. Hermes himself had cloaked him in mist, making him invisible to mortal eyes. And he came to the tent of Achilles. He found the entrance unguarded, the Myrmidons sleeping, their king sitting alone by a small fire, his face illuminated by the flames. Priam entered. He did not announce himself. He simply walked in, an old man in a torn robe, his white hair unbound, his feet bare, and he fell to his knees before Achilles. He knelt in the dirt. He clasped Achilles' knees, the ancient gesture of supplication, the position of absolute submission, the posture of a slave before his master. He kissed Achilles' hands, the hands that had killed his son, and he wept. Achilles, Priam said. His voice was cracked, ancient, broken by grief and age and the exhaustion of a man who has nothing left to lose. I am Priam, son of Laomedon, king of Troy. I have fathered 50 sons, and I have buried most of them. But Hector was my heart. Hector was the best of them, the bravest, the truest, the one who should have outlived me, who should have buried me, who should have ruled Troy after I was gone. He looked up. His eyes, rheumy with age and tears, met Achilles' eyes, and in that moment something extraordinary happened. Two men, enemies by every measure that mattered, nation, culture, religion, the blood of 10 years of war, looked at each other and saw the same thing. They saw grief. They saw the absolute, universal grief of a man who has lost what he loved most in the world. Think of your own father, Priam continued. Peleus, king of Phthia. He is an old man now, waiting for news of his son. He knows you will not return. He knows he will die without seeing you again. And yet he loves you. He waits for you. He hopes, against all reason, that you will walk through his door one last time. Achilles flinched. It was a small movement, barely perceptible, but Priam saw it. I am asking you, Priam said, not as a king to a warrior, not as an enemy to an enemy, but as a father to a man who has also lost. Give me my son. Let me bury him. Let me weep over his body and place his ashes in a tomb where his wife and his child can visit him. Do not leave him to the dogs and the birds. Do not make his death more terrible than it already is. Show mercy, Achilles. Show the mercy that lives in every human heart, even the heart of the greatest warrior who ever lived. The tent was silent. The fire crackled. Outside, the sea whispered against the shore, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked at the moon. Achilles looked at Priam. He looked at the old man kneeling in the dirt, and he saw not a king, not an enemy, but a mirror. He saw himself, 30 years from now, kneeling in the dirt before someone who had killed Patroclus, begging for the body of his friend. He saw the absurdity of it. He saw the tragedy of it. He saw the humanity of it. And he wept. He wept as he had wept when Patroclus died, but differently. This was not the rage tears of a man who has lost everything. This was the healing tears of a man who has finally understood something about himself, about the world, about the terrible symmetry of grief. He reached down. He lifted Priam to his feet. He embraced him. "Priam," he said. His voice was soft, almost gentle, the voice of the boy who had played the lyre on Mount Pelion, the voice that had been buried under 9 years of war and 2 weeks of absolute rage. "I have eaten my own heart these past days. I have been a thing, not a man. I have let my grief turn me into a monster, and I have done things that will stain my name forever. But you have reminded me that I am still human, that I still have a heart. That mercy is not weakness, but the highest form of strength." He held Priam at arm's length. He looked into the old king's eyes. "I will give you Hector, not for gold, not for ransom, not because Zeus commands it or my mother begs it. I will give him to you because you have shown me what it means to be a father, and I have forgotten what it means to be a son. Go, take your son, bury him with honor, and when you stand over his tomb, remember that the man who killed him wept with you." He ordered the body prepared. He had the Myrmidons wash Hector's corpse, anoint it with oil, wrap it in fine linen. He had the ransom loaded back onto Priam's cart. He would not take a single piece of gold. He walked with Priam to the edge of the camp, and he watched the old king drive away into the darkness, carrying his son home. Then he returned to his tent. He sat beside Patroclus' body one last time. "I am sorry," he whispered. "I am sorry that I let my grief become cruelty. I am sorry that I dishonored you by dishonoring the dead. I am sorry that I was not the man you believed me to be." He bent down. He kissed Patroclus' cold lips. "But I will be that man again. I will fight for the Greeks. I will end this war. And then I will come to you, wherever you are, and I will tell you everything. I will tell you about Priam's tears. I will tell you about mercy. And I will tell you that you were right, that love is stronger than rage, and that I should have known it sooner." He stood. He walked out of the tent, and for the first time since Patroclus' death, he looked at the world with something other than hatred. He looked at it with resolve. Before the war could resume, there was a debt to pay. Patroclus had died wearing Achilles' armor, fighting in his name, and his body had lain in Achilles' tent for days while his friend descended into madness. Now that madness had passed, and the time had come to honor the dead, the Greeks would hold funeral games, athletic competitions in Patroclus' name, designed to send his soul to the underworld with the glory it deserved. Achilles organized them himself. He spent days preparing, selecting the events, choosing the prizes, inviting the competitors. It was the first time since the quarrel with Agamemnon that he had engaged with the Greek community as a leader rather than an outcast, and the other warriors watched him with a mixture of relief and wariness. They did not know if the old Achilles had returned, or if this was merely a pause in his rage, a brief lucidity before the madness resumed. The games were magnificent. They held chariot races on the plain, with Diomedes winning by a combination of skill and divine favor. They held boxing matches, with Hippias, the man who would later build the Trojan horse, knocking out his opponent with a single blow. They held wrestling, foot races, spear throwing, archery, and a brutal duel with swords that ended only when Achilles himself stopped the fight. declaring both warriors equally brave. He gave the prizes from his own stores: tripods, cauldrons, women, horses, oxen, the accumulated wealth of 9 years of raiding. He gave them freely, without resentment, without the calculation of a man who expects return. He gave them because Patroclus would have wanted him to, because honor demanded it, because the dead deserve better than the living can give them, but the living must try anyway. But the games were not just about Patroclus. They were about Achilles. They were about his reintegration into the Greek world, his acceptance of his role as leader rather than outcast, his recognition that he could not fight this war alone and that the men around him, however flawed, were still his brothers in arms. Agamemnon did not attend the games. He sent gifts, a golden cup, a fine cloak, but he stayed in his own tent, aware that his presence would be a provocation. Achilles accepted the gifts without comment. The quarrel was not forgotten, but it was set aside. There were larger concerns now. Troy still stood. The war still raged. And Achilles had only a short time left. He knew it. Everyone knew it. The prophecy hung over him like a cloud that never moved. He would die at Troy. He had chosen that death long ago, and every day brought him closer to it. But now, for the first time, he faced it not with the desperate hunger of a man trying to outrun time, but with the calm acceptance of a man who has made peace with his own ending. He spoke to the Myrmidons. He spoke to Phoenix, to Ajax, to Odysseus. He told them what he wanted after his death, how his ashes should be mixed with Patroclus, how they should be placed in the same golden urn, how they should be buried together on a promontory overlooking the sea. He made arrangements for Neoptolemus, his son by Datamia, who was growing up on Skyros without a father. He wrote, or dictated, a message to Peleus, a final letter that would reach Phthia long after he was gone. And he fought. He returned to the battlefield with a fury that was different from the rage that had consumed him after Patroclus' death. This was controlled fury, disciplined violence, the weapon wielded by a master rather than the storm unleashed by a madman. He led the Greeks in attack after attack, pushing the Trojans back toward their walls, killing their champions, breaking their morale. The Trojans began to whisper that Achilles was invincible, that he could not be killed, that the gods themselves protected him. And in a sense, they were right. For as long as Achilles fought, the Greeks could not lose. He was the difference between victory and defeat, between survival and annihilation. But the gods do not protect anyone forever. Apollo had been watching. Apollo, who had guided Paris' arrow, who had protected Hector, who had seen his beloved Troy brought to the brink of destruction by one man's grief and rage. Apollo understood something that the Trojans did not. Achilles could not be defeated by force. No mortal weapon could kill him while he wore the armor of Hephaestus and fought with the fury of a man who has nothing left to lose. But Achilles had a weakness, not a heel. That was a later invention, a poetic lie that made for a good story but missed the deeper truth. Achilles' weakness was his predictability. He was so consumed by his own narrative, so committed to his own glory, that he could be led. He could be lured. He could be trapped. Apollo devised the trap. He went to Paris, the prince who had started the war, the man who had hidden behind his brother's shield for 10 years while better men died. Paris was not a warrior. He was an archer, a hunter, a man who preferred to strike from a distance rather than face his enemy blade to blade. And Apollo gave him something, a blessing, a guidance, a divine certainty that would make his arrow fly true. Achilles will come for you, Apollo said. He will come because he believes you are the cause of all this suffering. He will come because he wants to end the war with one decisive blow. And when he comes, you will be waiting. You will be on the walls, or in the tower, or in some place where he cannot reach you, but you can reach him. And you will shoot, not at his body. The armor of Hephaestus will turn any arrow. Not at his head, the helmet protects it. You will shoot at his ankle, at the gap between greave and sandal, at the one place where the divine armor does not cover, where the mortal flesh is exposed, where a single well-placed shaft can bring down the greatest warrior who ever lived. Paris was afraid. He had always been afraid. But Apollo's voice was like honey and smoke, and the god's presence filled him with a courage that was not his own. "I will do it," Paris said. "Then do it soon," Apollo replied. "Before Achilles destroys everything you love, before he burns Troy to the ground and dances in the ashes, before he becomes a legend that will outlive even the gods." The trap was set at the Scaean gates. Achilles had been pushing the Trojans back for days, fighting with a ferocity that seemed to increase rather than diminish. He had killed so many men that the Trojans could not bury them all, and the plain before the city was littered with corpses that swelled in the sun and poisoned the air. He had challenged Hector's brothers, Hector's cousins, Hector's friends, and he had killed them all. He had become a force of nature, a walking extinction event, and the Trojans began to believe that the only way to survive was to hide behind their walls and wait for him to die of old age. But he would not die of old age. He would die soon, and Apollo had made sure of it. The final battle began at dawn. Achilles led the Greeks in a massive assault on the Scaean gates, the main entrance to Troy. The Trojans defended with everything they had: arrows, boiling oil, rocks thrown from the battlements. But Achilles was unstoppable. He climbed the walls himself, using his spear as a lever, his shield as a platform, his divine strength to pull himself up hand over hand, while arrows bounced off his armor like rain off a roof. He reached the top of the wall. He stood there for a moment, silhouetted against the rising sun, and the Trojans who saw him froze in terror. He was not human. He was a god of war, a living weapon, a death that had learned to walk. He jumped down into the city. The fighting inside the walls was chaos. Trojans ran in every direction, screaming, trying to escape the monster that had breached their defenses. Achilles killed them as they ran. He killed men who were unarmed. He killed women who got in his way. He killed children who were too slow to flee. He was not fighting a war anymore. He was conducting a massacre, and the music he played was the music of death. He fought his way toward the palace. He knew that Priam was there, and Hecuba, and the remaining princes, and Paris. He knew that if he could kill the royal family, Troy would fall, the war would end, and his name would be etched in history as the man who had destroyed the greatest city in the world. But Paris was not in the palace. Paris was in the tower above the Scaean gates. He had climbed there before dawn, carrying his bow and a quiver of arrows that Apollo himself had blessed. He had watched Achilles scale the wall. He had watched him jump into the city. And now he watched him fighting his way through the streets, killing everything that moved, moving with a speed and precision that made Paris' hands shake. "Steady," Apollo whispered. The god was not visible, but his presence was like a warm wind, a pressure against Paris' skin, a certainty in his mind. Wait for the right moment. Wait for him to turn. Wait for the gap. Achilles turned. He was facing away from the tower, his back exposed, his left leg extended as he lunged forward to kill a Trojan soldier. The greave covered his shin, but above it, Where the greave ended and the flesh began, there was a gap. A small gap, no larger than a thumbprint, but enough. Paris drew the bow. He felt Apollo's hand guiding his, steadying his aim, slowing his heartbeat, making the world stand still. He released the arrow. It flew straight and true. It cut through the air like a thought, like a prayer, like the will of a god made manifest in wood and bronze. It struck Achilles in the left ankle, just above the greave, and punched through tendon and bone with a force that should have been impossible for a mortal arrow. Achilles felt it as a cold shock, a disconnection. The same feeling Patroclus must have felt when Hector's spear found his spine. His left leg folded beneath him. He fell to his knees. The divine armor clattered against the stone street. The shield with its rings of earth and sky fell from his arm and rang like a bell. For a moment, the world was silent. The Trojans who had been fleeing stopped. They turned. They saw Achilles on his knees, the arrow protruding from his ankle, blood spreading across the stone in a pool that seemed too large for such a small wound. They saw the greatest warrior in the world reduced to a bleeding man, vulnerable, human, mortal, and they attacked. They came at him with spears and swords and clubs, with the fury of a people who had been terrorized for 10 years, who had watched their sons and husbands and fathers die, who had seen their champion dragged through the dust. They attacked him not as warriors, but as victims, as survivors, as people who had nothing left to lose. Achilles fought back. Even wounded, even dying, he was still Achilles. He killed the first man who reached him with a sweep of his sword that opened the Trojan from groin to throat. He killed the second with a thrown dagger that took him in the eye. He killed the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and the pile of bodies grew around him until the Trojans hesitated, afraid to approach even a wounded lion. But he was slowing. The poison of Apollo's arrow was working through his blood, a divine venom that turned his muscles to water and his vision to fog. He could not stand. He could barely lift his sword. And the Trojans kept coming. Ajax the Greater reached him first. Ajax had seen Achilles fall from the wall. He had fought his way through the Trojan lines, killing everything that stood between him and his friend, and now he stood over Achilles' body like a mountain, like a wall, like the last defense of a world that was about to end. "Back!" Ajax roared. "Back, all of you! Touch him again, and I will kill every last one of you." The Trojans fell back. They were afraid of Ajax, almost as afraid as they had been of Achilles. And in the confusion, in the pause, Odysseus arrived with a squad of Greek soldiers, and they formed a shield wall around Achilles, and they began to carry him from the city. Achilles knew he was dying. He felt it in the cold spreading up his leg, in the numbness in his fingers, in the way the world seemed to be receding from him like a tide going out. He looked up at Ajax, at the giant warrior's face twisted with grief and rage, and he tried to speak. "Ajax," he whispered. "Do not talk," Ajax said. "Save your strength. We will get you to the surgeons. Your mother will come. Thetis will heal you. She is a goddess. She can undo this." "She cannot." "She can. She must." Achilles shook his head. The movement cost him precious strength, but he needed to say this. He needed Ajax to understand. "Listen to me. I am dying. The fates have cut my thread. Nothing can change that now. But there are things that must be done. My armor, the armor of Hephaestus, must go to the greatest of the Greeks. Not to Agamemnon. Never to Agamemnon. It must go to the man who fights best, who leads best, who deserves to carry on what I began." He gripped Ajax's arm. His fingers were cold, so cold. My ashes, he continued. Mix them with Patroclus. Bury us together. And tell my father, tell Peleus that I died as I lived, that I chose glory over length of days, that I have no regrets. They carried him from the city. The Trojans did not pursue. They were too busy celebrating, too busy weeping with relief, too busy telling each other that the terror was finally over. They did not know that the war would continue for months, that Troy would still fall, that their celebration was premature. But Achilles knew. He knew because he could see the future now, in the way that the dying sometimes can. He saw the wooden horse. He saw the fire. He saw the city burning and the women being led away in chains and the old men being killed at the altars of their own gods. He saw it all, and he knew that his death had not saved Troy. It had only delayed its fall. They reached the Greek camp. They laid him in his tent, on the same cot where he had lain with Patroclus, where he had wept and raged and finally found peace. The surgeons came. They looked at the wound. They looked at each other. They shook their heads. Thetis came. She rose from the sea at the edge of the camp, and this time she did not hide herself. Every Greek who saw her fell to their knees, overwhelmed by her divine beauty, by the radiance that surrounded her like an aura of silver light. She walked through the camp, and the wounded men stopped moaning, and the fires burned lower, and the world seemed to hold its breath. She entered the tent. She saw her son lying on the cot, his face pale, his breathing shallow, the arrow still protruding from his ankle. She saw the blood, so much blood, more than a human body should be able to hold. And she screamed. It was not a human scream. It was the scream of a goddess, of the sea itself in anguish, of every mother who has ever lost a child compressed into a single sound that shattered pottery and cracked stone and made the Greek ships rock in their moorings. She knelt beside him. She took his face in her hands. She poured ambrosia and nectar into his mouth, the food of the gods that could heal any wound, restore any life, reverse any death. But the arrow was Apollo's. The poison was divine, and the fates had already cut the thread. My son, Thetis wept. My son, my son, my son, do not leave me. Do not go where I cannot follow. Stay, fight, live. I will take you to the ends of the earth. I will hide you where no god can find you. I will make you immortal. I will. Mother. Achilles' voice was barely audible, a breath, a whisper, the last ember of a fire that had burned for 19 years. Mother, stop. You cannot change this. You never could, and I do not want you to. He opened his eyes. They were still clear, still blue, still the eyes of the boy who had laughed on Mount Pelion. I am ready, he said. I have done what I came to do. I have killed Hector. I have avenged Patroclus. I have made my name immortal. And now I am tired. I am so tired, mother. Let me rest. Thetis held him. She held him as she had held him when he was an infant, when she had tried to burn away his mortality, when she had fled back to the sea and left him to a mortal father and a centaur's cave. She held him and rocked him and sang to him the songs of the deep, the lullabies of the Nereids, the ancient melodies that had put the world to sleep when it was young. And Achilles died. He did not struggle. He did not cry out. He simply stopped breathing, and his body went limp in his mother's arms, and the greatest warrior who ever lived became a corpse like any other, cold and still and silent. Thetis screamed again. She screamed until the heavens shook and the earth trembled, and the gods themselves looked down from Olympus and felt something that might have been pity. Then she gathered his body in her arms. She carried him from the tent, past the kneeling Greeks, past the weeping Myrmidons, past the battlefield where he had killed and killed and killed. She carried him to the sea, and she walked into the waves, and she disappeared beneath the surface, taking her son to the island of Look, where the heroes of legend dwell in eternal peace. But she left his armor. She left it as a gift, as a legacy, as a challenge to the Greeks who remained. And that armor would become the cause of the next tragedy, the death of Ajax, the madness that would follow, the chain of sorrow that would not end until Troy itself was ash. The Greeks mourned. They mourned as they had mourned for no one else, not even for their own kings. They built a pyre for Achilles that was taller than a house, layered with fat and oil and the precious woods that had been brought from Phthia for this purpose. They placed his body on top, dressed in the finest robes, his sword at his side, his shield across his chest, and they set it alight. The fire burned for days. It burned so hot that the Trojans on their walls could feel the heat, that the sea itself seemed to steam, that the sky turned the color of old bronze. When it finally died, when the last ember had cooled and the last spark had gone out, the Greeks gathered his bones. They were not large bones. Achilles had been a young man, not fully grown, his frame still slender, his bones still light. But they were strong bones, dense bones, bones that had carried the weight of divine armor and divine rage and divine grief. The Greeks placed them in a golden urn that had been forged from the treasures of Phthia by the finest craftsmen in Greece, an urn large enough to hold the bones of two men, because everyone knew, everyone had known since the day Patroclus died, that Achilles would not rest alone. They placed Patroclus' bones beside his. The two skeletons, intertwined in death as they had been in life, were wrapped in purple linen and layered with olive oil and honey, the preservatives that would keep them through the centuries until archaeologists would find them and wonder at the intimacy of their burial. The urn was sealed with molten gold. It was buried on a promontory overlooking the Hellespont, where the wind from Troy carried the smell of the sea and the ashes of the city Achilles had died to destroy but would never see fall. And then they held the games. The funeral games for Achilles were greater than the games for Patroclus, greater than any games that had ever been held in honor of a mortal man. They lasted for days, for weeks, a festival of blood and sport that blurred the line between mourning and celebration. The Greeks competed not just for prizes, but for the right to claim Achilles' legacy, to prove themselves worthy of the name that would echo through history. Diomedes won the chariot race, driving his horses with a fury that made the spectators weep, because they saw in his speed the ghost of Achilles himself, the impossible velocity that no mortal should possess. Ajax the Greater won the discus throw, hurling the heavy bronze disc further than any man had ever thrown it, his massive body straining with a grief that gave him strength beyond his already superhuman limits. Odysseus won the foot race, not because he was the fastest, he was not, but because he was the cleverest, cutting the inside track, pacing himself, knowing when to sprint and when to hold back, and the Greeks watching understood that this was the difference between Achilles and the rest of the world. Achilles had never held back. Not once. Not for a moment. And that was why he was dead while Odysseus would live to see his home again. But the true contest, the contest that would define the next phase of the war and stain the memory of Achilles with a tragedy he never intended, was the contest for his armor. The armor of Hephaestus could not be buried. It was divine. It was immortal. It would outlast the bones of the man who had worn it, outlast the city he had fought to destroy, outlast the very civilization that had forged it. Someone had to inherit it. Someone had to become the next Achilles, or at least were the shell of the man who could never be replaced. Agamemnon wanted it. Of course he did. Agamemnon wanted everything: gold, women, power, the appearance of greatness without the substance. But even the Greeks, even the kings who had followed him across the sea, could not stomach the idea of Agamemnon wearing the armor of the man he had insulted, the man he had driven to withdraw, the man whose death he had indirectly caused through his arrogance. So the choice narrowed to two men, Ajax the Greater and Odysseus. Ajax was the obvious choice. He was the strongest of the Greeks after Achilles, the bulwark of the army, the man who had held the line alone while Achilles sulked in his tent. He had fought Hector to a standstill. He had carried Achilles' body from the walls of Troy. He had wept over the corpse like a brother. He was Achilles' physical heir, the continuation of the warrior tradition that valued strength above all else, courage above cunning, honor above survival. Odysseus was the subtle choice. He was not the strongest. He was not the bravest. But he was the smartest. He was the man who had found Achilles on Skyros. He was the man who had led the embassy. He was the man who understood, in a way that Ajax never could, what Achilles had truly been. Not just a weapon but a symbol, not just a fighter but a story that needed to be told and retold until it became immortal. The Greeks voted. Or rather, the Greek leaders voted. Agamemnon, Menelaus, Nestor, Diomedes, the sons of Atreus, the old men and the kings who had survived 10 years of war and were now deciding who would wear the bronze of a dead god. They chose Odysseus. The reason for their choice has been debated for 3,000 years. Some say Odysseus bribed them. Some say he made speeches that swayed them with logic rather than emotion. Some say Athena, who favored Odysseus above all other Greeks, whispered in their dreams and made them see the clever king of Ithaca as the only possible heir to Achilles' legacy. But the truth is simpler and crueler. The Greeks chose Odysseus because they were afraid of Ajax. They were afraid of his strength, his simplicity, his absolute refusal to compromise. Ajax was too much like Achilles, proud, uncompromising, capable of destroying the army if his honor was wounded. They had seen what happened when Achilles withdrew. They could not risk another withdrawal, another siege within the siege, another paralysis of the war effort because a hero's pride had been pricked. Odysseus, by contrast, was manageable. Odysseus could be reasoned with. Odysseus could be manipulated. Odysseus would wear the armor and continue the war and do what needed to be done without the existential crises that had made Achilles both magnificent and impossible. So they gave it to him. Ajax heard the decision in his tent. He had been polishing his own armor, preparing to receive the divine panoply, already imagining himself in the bronze of Hephaestus, leading the final assault on Troy. When the messenger came, when the words were spoken, Ajax sat very still for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was not a happy laugh. It was the laugh of a man who has just realized that everything he believed about the world is a lie, that honor is a currency that can be devalued at any moment, that the strong will always be betrayed by the weak who fear them. He stood up. He walked out of his tent. The messenger tried to speak to him, to offer explanations, to soften the blow with words about political necessity and the good of the army. Ajax struck him with the back of his hand, and the messenger fell unconscious to the dirt. Ajax walked through the camp. The Greeks saw him coming, and they scattered. They had never seen Ajax like this. His face was purple with rage. His eyes were wide and unseeing, fixed on some horizon that existed only in his mind. He was muttering to himself, a stream of words that made no sense. Names of enemies, names of friends, names of gods who had abandoned him. He went to the pen where the cattle were kept. The Greeks had captured herds of cattle and sheep from the Trojan countryside, and they were holding them for food. Ajax entered the pen. He drew his sword. He killed them all. He killed the cattle with a fury that made the earth shake. He hacked at their bodies long after they were dead, splitting them open, covering himself in blood and gore until he was unrecognizable, a monster made of meat and madness. He thought he was killing the Greek leaders. Athena had clouded his mind, driven him to insanity as punishment for his pride, or perhaps as a test, or perhaps simply because the gods are capricious and cruel and enjoy watching mortals destroy themselves. When the madness lifted, Ajax stood in the center of the pen, surrounded by the mutilated corpses of animals, covered in blood that was not his own. He looked down at his sword. He looked at his hands. He understood what he had done, or rather, what he had almost done, for in his madness, he had believed he was killing Agamemnon, Odysseus, Menelaus, all the men who had betrayed him. He walked from the pen. He walked to the beach, to a lonely spot where the waves broke against the rocks and the sound of the sea could drown out the voices in his head. He planted his sword in the sand, the point facing upward, the hilt buried in the earth. He looked at the sky. He spoke to no one, or perhaps to everyone, to the gods who had abandoned him, to Achilles who had left him behind, to the army that had judged him unworthy. A man should die by the sword, Ajax said, but a sword should be wielded by an enemy, not by his own hand. I have no enemy worthy of killing me. The Greeks are cowards. The Trojans are beaten. There is no one left to give me an honorable death. So I will take a dishonorable one, and let history judge whether the dishonor is mine or theirs. He fell on his sword. The blade entered his body just below the breastplate, piercing his heart, emerging from his back in a spray of blood that stained the sand black in the moonlight. He died instantly, or nearly so. His massive body convulsed once, twice, and then lay still, the sword standing upright from his chest like a grave marker. The Greeks found him in the morning. They buried him where he fell, on the beach at Troy, and they held funeral games for him too, though the games were smaller and sadder than the ones for Achilles, because everyone knew that Ajax had died of a broken heart as much as a sword, and that the real killer was the armor of Hephaestus, the legacy of Achilles, the terrible weight of being second best in a world that only remembers first. Odysseus wore the armor. He wore it in the final battles, and he wore it when the wooden horse was built, and he wore it when Troy fell. But he never looked right in it. The breastplate was too broad for his slender frame. The helmet sat awkwardly on his clever head. The shield was too heavy for his defensive style of fighting. He looked like a boy wearing his father's clothes, and the other Greeks could not look at him without thinking of Ajax, of Achilles, of the men who should have worn that bronze but could not. The armor was eventually dedicated to Athena, hung in her temple as a trophy, and it was lost centuries later when the temple burned. But the image of Odysseus in Achilles' armor remained, a symbol of the wrong man inheriting the right legacy, of cleverness triumphing over strength, of survival triumphing over glory. And that, perhaps, was the true tragedy of Achilles. Not that he died young, not that he killed Hector and dragged his body and wept with Priam. The true tragedy was that his death created a vacuum that could not be filled a standard that could not be met, a legacy that destroyed everyone who tried to inherit it. Ajax died because of that armor. Neoptolemus would be corrupted by it. The Greeks would win the war, but they would win it through deception, the wooden horse, the trick, the lie, rather than through the open valor that Achilles had embodied. And in winning through deception, they proved that Achilles' world, the world of straightforward heroic violence, was already dead. It had died with him on the plain before Troy, and everything that followed was merely the aftermath. Neoptolemus came to Troy in the twilight of the war. He was 17 years old, though in the harsh light of the Aegean sun, he looked both older and younger than his years. Older in the way that war makes all boys old before their time. Younger in the way that his eyes still held something his father's eyes had lost long before the ships assembled at Aulis. He was the son of Achilles and Deidamia, born in secret on the island of Skyros while his father hid among the princesses, disguised as a girl, waiting for the world to find him. The world had found Achilles, of course. Odysseus had come with his trumpet and his shield, and Achilles had grasped the spear before his mind could stop his hand. He had sailed to Troy and died there, never knowing that Deidamia's belly swelled with his child, never holding the infant who would inherit not just his blood, but his burden, the weight of a name that meant everything and a presence that meant nothing. Neoptolemus had grown up in the palace of Lycomedes, surrounded by women who remembered the strange princess who had lived among them, who had practiced with spears in the moonlight, who had loved Deidamia with a ferocity that frightened them. They told Neoptolemus stories about his father, stories that grew with each telling, legends that replaced memory, myths that swallowed the man whole. By the time Neoptolemus was 10, his father was 10 feet tall in his imagination. By the time he was 15, his father was a god. But Lycomedes knew better. The old king of Skyros had watched Achilles grow from a frightened boy into a terrifying young man. He had seen the violence coiling beneath that beautiful surface like a serpent waiting for warmth. And he looked at Neoptolemus, tall, yes, and beautiful like his father, with the same predatory grace, the same economy of motion, and he saw the same serpent. But he also saw something else. He saw a boy who had been told he was the son of a legend, but had never been shown how to become one. He saw a child hungry for validation, desperate for proof, willing to do anything to escape the long shadow of a man who had died before he could be disappointed in his son. Deidamia watched her son with the particular terror of a mother who knows exactly what her child is capable of. She had loved Achilles when he was no one, when he was hiding, when he was vulnerable. She had seen the gentleness in him, the capacity for tenderness that he showed only in the dark, only in silence, only when the masks came down. But she had also seen the violence, the way he moved when he thought no one was watching, the way his hands closed around objects as if they were throats, the way he looked at the horizon with an appetite that seemed to devour the sky itself. She tried to temper Neoptolemus. She tried to teach him music, as Chiron had taught Achilles. She tried to teach him patience, as no one had taught Achilles. She tried to teach him that strength without kindness was merely brutality, that glory without love was merely noise, that a long life of quiet goodness was preferable to a short life of spectacular destruction. But Neoptolemus was not listening. He was 17, and the Greeks had sent for him. The war at Troy had dragged on for 10 years, and the greatest warriors were dead. Achilles killed by Apollo's arrow, Ajax driven to suicide by madness and betrayal. The Greeks needed the son to finish what the father had started. They needed Neoptolemus to become Achilles, to wear the mask that his father had discarded in death, to step into the story that had been written for him before he was born. He landed on the beach at Troy with 50 ships, the same number his father had brought, and the Greeks who watched him disembark saw the ghost of Achilles in every movement. The Myrmidons, the ant-men of Phthia who had followed Achilles across the wine-dark sea, fell to their knees when they saw him. They wept. They tore their clothes. They pressed forward to touch his armor, his hands, his face, as if touching him could somehow bring back the king they had lost. Neoptolemus accepted their adoration the way a thirsty man accepts water. He drank it in. He let it fill the emptiness that had lived in his chest since childhood, the hollow space where a father's approval should have been. For the first time in his life, he felt whole. He felt real. He felt like Achilles. But he was not Achilles. The documentary camera, if we are imagining this as a film, would linger on this moment. It would hold a close-up of Neoptolemus's face as the Myrmidons crowd around him, and we would see something flicker there. Not doubt, exactly, but a kind of desperate hunger. A need to be seen as his father was seen, to be feared as his father was feared, to be loved as his father was loved. And we would understand, before he speaks a single word, that this need will destroy him, that it will destroy everyone around him, that it will poison whatever goodness might have grown in him if he had been allowed to become himself instead of a copy of a myth. The Greeks welcomed him with a mixture of relief and wariness. Agamemnon, who had survived the plague and the quarrel and the death of the best men in his army, looked at Neoptolemus and saw a tool, a weapon that could be wielded without the philosophical complications that had made Achilles so difficult to control. Odysseus looked at him and saw a boy playing at being a man, a child wearing armor that did not fit him in ways that had nothing to do with size. Diomedes looked at him and saw potential, raw, undisciplined, dangerous potential, but potential nonetheless. They held a council in Agamemnon's tent, the same tent where Achilles had once refused to bend his knee, where the embassy had failed, where the fate of the war had been decided by one man's pride. Neoptolemus sat among them, and they told him what they needed. They needed him to fight. They needed him to inspire the troops. They needed him to be the terror that his father had been, to make the Trojans look at him and see death itself walking toward their walls. "I will do more than fight," Neoptolemus said. His voice was steady, but there was a tremor in it that only Odysseus noticed, the tremor of a boy trying to sound like a king. "I will finish this war. I will burn Troy to the ground. I will kill every man who stands against me, and I will take everything they have. This is what my father would have done. This is what I was born to do." Agamemnon smiled. It was the smile of a man who has found exactly what he was looking for, a weapon without a conscience, a sword that does not ask why it is being swung, a killer who does not understand the cost of killing. "Then let us begin," Agamemnon said. The final battles before the fall of Troy were not glorious. They were not the stuff of epic poetry, not the single combats and divine interventions that Homer sang of in the earlier years of the war. They were grinding, brutal, mechanical affairs, sieges within the siege, assaults on walls that had been weakened by 10 years of deprivation, attacks on a population that was starving, diseased, and desperate. Neoptolemus fought in these battles with a ferocity that impressed even the veterans. He killed with the same efficiency as his father, the same lack of hesitation, the same absolute commitment to the act of destruction. But where Achilles had killed with a kind of tragic awareness, Knowing that every man he killed was a mirror, a potential friend, a life that might have been different, Neoptolemus killed with indifference. The men he killed were obstacles. They were nothing more. We must pause here, in this documentary narrative, to examine what this means. Because the difference between Achilles and Neoptolemus is not merely a matter of skill or experience. It is a matter of consciousness. Achilles was self-conscious in the extreme. He thought about every kill. He felt every death. The weight of his own mortality made him acutely aware of the mortality of others, and that awareness, that terrible, beautiful, crushing awareness, was what made him both a monster and a saint. Neoptolemus had no such awareness. He had never been taught to think about death as Chiron had taught Achilles. He had never sat by a fire and discussed the philosophy of war. He had learned about combat from tutors who were afraid of him, from soldiers who flattered him, from stories that reduced warfare to a series of heroic gestures without consequences. He killed because killing was what Achilles did. He killed because killing made him feel real. He killed because, in the absence of a father to teach him otherwise, killing was the only language he had learned to speak fluently. And when Troy fell, when the wooden horse disgorged its cargo of Greek soldiers in the dead of night, when the city that had resisted for 10 years finally opened its gates to fire and slaughter, Neoptolemus revealed the full measure of his inheritance. The fall of Troy did not happen in a single hour. It unfolded over the course of a night that seemed to last forever, a night of blood and fire and screaming that would be remembered for 3,000 years as the archetype of urban destruction. The Greeks poured from the horse like a plague, silent at first, then roaring, then mad with the bloodlust that comes from 10 years of frustration released in a single moment. Neoptolemus was among the first to emerge. He had not helped build the horse. That was the work of Hippias, the boxer, the craftsman who would later be forgotten by history while the warriors were remembered. Neoptolemus had simply waited inside it, crouched in the darkness with 50 other men, listening to the Trojans celebrate what they thought was their deliverance. He had listened to them sing. He had listened to them laugh. He had listened to them speak of peace, of home, of the husbands and fathers who would return from a war that was finally over. And then the signal came. The trap opened, and Neoptolemus stepped out into the night with his sword in his hand. He killed the first Trojan he saw, an old man who was walking past the horse with a torch, curious about the strange offering the Greeks had left behind. The old man did not even have time to scream. Neoptolemus cut him down with a single blow, and the torch fell to the ground and set the straw alight, and the fire began. From there, the killing became systematic. Neoptolemus moved through the streets of Troy with a purpose that was almost architectural in its precision. He was not rampaging. He was not lost in battle fury. He was simply doing what he had come to do, what he believed his father would have done, what the stories demanded of him. He killed soldiers who tried to resist. He killed civilians who got in his way. He killed women who screamed too loudly. He killed children who were too slow to flee. And then he found Priam. The old king had fled to the altar of Zeus Herkios, Zeus of the courtyard, the protector of the household and the city. He had dragged himself through the burning streets, past the bodies of his sons and grandsons, past the corpses of his subjects, past the ruins of a city that had stood for centuries. He had reached the temple with the last of his strength, and he had clung to the altar with the desperation of a man who has lost everything and believes, against all evidence, that the gods will protect him because he has nowhere else to turn. Neoptolemus found him there. The documentary camera would hold this shot for a long time. The young warrior standing in the doorway of the temple, his armor covered in blood, his sword still dripping, his face illuminated by the fire that was consuming the city outside. And the old king, kneeling at the altar, his white hair singed by the heat, his hands clutching the sacred stone, his eyes, those ancient, exhausted, grief-stricken eyes, looking up at the son of the man who had killed his greatest son. "Please," Priam whispered. It was not a command. It was not even a request, really. It was the sound of a man who has used up every word he ever knew and has nothing left but a single syllable of begging. "Please." Neoptolemus looked at him. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in his eyes. It might have been recognition. It might have been memory. The memory of his own grandfather, Achilles, who was old and would die without seeing him again. It might have been the ghost of his father, who had wept with this same old man, who had embraced him, who had released the body of Hector and shown mercy in his final days. But the moment passed. The ghost faded, and Neoptolemus remembered who he was supposed to be. He dragged Priam from the altar. The old king weighed almost nothing. He was skin and bones, a husk of a man, a container for grief that had no bottom. Neoptolemus dragged him across the temple floor, and Priam's fingers left bloody trails on the stone where they had clutched for purchase. He dragged him to the threshold, where the sacred met the profane, where the protection of the gods ended and the violence of men began. And he killed him there. The blow was not clean. Neoptolemus was not skilled enough to make it clean, or perhaps he did not care to be. He hacked at Priam with a sword that had already dulled from too much killing, and it took 3 blows to end the old man's life. Priam's blood stained the threshold of the temple of Zeus in a way that would curse the Greeks for generations. It was an act of sacrilege, of impiety, of absolute barbarism. The murder of a suppliant at an altar, the violation of the most fundamental law of ancient warfare. And Neoptolemus did not care. He stood over the body and looked down at it, and he felt nothing. Not triumph, not satisfaction, not even the emptiness that Achilles had felt after killing Hector. He felt simply finished, as if he had checked a box on a list that someone else had written, as if the story required this moment, and he had provided it, and now he could move on to the next requirement. He moved through the burning city like a force of nature, killing, burning, taking. He found Hector's widow, Andromache, in the palace courtyard. She was holding her son, Astyanax, the child who had laughed at his father's helmet, who had reached for the bronze with chubby hands while Hector kissed him goodbye for the last time. She was surrounded by other women, Hecuba, Cassandra, the daughters and wives of the Trojan nobility, and they were weeping, waiting for the Greeks to decide their fate. Neoptolemus looked at Andromache. She was beautiful, even in her grief, perhaps especially in her grief, because grief had burned away everything superficial in her, leaving only the essential, the irreducible, the absolutely real. She looked at him with eyes that knew exactly who he was. She did not see Neoptolemus. She saw Achilles. She saw the man who had killed her husband, dragged his body, desecrated his memory. And now she saw his son, come to finish what his father had started. "Take me," Andromache said. Her voice was steady. She had prepared these words, rehearsed them in her mind while the city burned. "Take me as your slave, your prize, your whatever you want. But spare my son. He is all I have left. He is the last of Hector's line. Let him live, and I will serve you without complaint until the day I die." Neoptolemus looked at her. He looked at the child in her arms. Astyanax was perhaps 3 years old, too young to understand what was happening, old enough to feel the terror radiating from his mother. He looked at Neoptolemus with wide, dark eyes, and he did not cry. He simply stared, as if trying to memorize the face of the man who would define the rest of his short life. "Your son," Neoptolemus said. He did not ask it as a question. He stated it as a fact, as an observation, as if he were noting the presence of an object that might or might not be useful. "His name is Astyanax," Andromache said. "It means Lord of the City. His father gave him that name believing he would rule Troy one day. Please, do not make his father's faith a lie." Neoptolemus reached out. Andromache flinched, but she did not pull away. He touched the child's face with a hand that was still wet with Priam's blood. The blood smeared across Astyanax's cheek, a red mark like a brand, like a curse, like the signature of a god who had abandoned this city long ago. "The son of Hector," Neoptolemus said. "The heir of Troy." He took the child from Andromache's arms. She screamed then, the first sound she had made, a raw, animal sound of protest that tore her throat. She reached for him, but Neoptolemus turned away. He walked to the wall of the palace courtyard, and he looked down at the stones below. The city was burning. The Greeks were looting. The night was full of screams and the smell of smoke and the end of a world. He threw Astyanax from the wall. The child fell in silence. He did not scream. He was too surprised, too young, too innocent to understand that he was dying. He hit the stones below with a sound that was barely audible, a soft thud, like a sack of grain dropped from a height, like the sound of a future being extinguished before it could become a present. Andromache collapsed. She did not weep. She had no tears left. She simply fell to the ground and lay there, empty, a vessel that had held everything and now held nothing. Neoptolemus looked down at the body. Then he turned back to Andromache. "You are mine now," he said. "Get up." She did not move. She did not speak. She was already gone, already somewhere else, already living in a future where none of this had happened, where Hector still lived, where Troy still stood, where her son was growing into the man his father had believed he would become. Neoptolemus took her anyway. He dragged her to his ship. He took her back to Greece. He fathered children on her, sons who would found kingdoms, who would carry the blood of both Hector and Achilles into the future, who would embody the impossible contradiction of their parentage. Molossus, Pylus, Pergamus, names that would echo through the genealogies of Epirus and Macedonia, that would eventually flow into the bloodline of Alexander the Great himself, so that the greatest conqueror the world would ever know carried in his veins both the destroyer of Troy and the defender of it. But Neoptolemus was not remembered as a hero. He ruled over a kingdom in Epirus, and he lived a long life, longer than his father, longer than Hector, longer than any of the heroes who had fought at Troy. But the Greeks who sang of the war did not sing of Neoptolemus with the awe they reserved for Achilles. They sang of him with a kind of horrified fascination, the way one might speak of a natural disaster or a plague. He was the price of Achilles' glory. He was the corruption that followed from absolute violence without absolute consciousness. He built a kingdom. He conquered territories. He accumulated wealth and power and the trappings of kingship. But he was empty. The documentary psychiatrist, if we were to interview one, would describe him as a classic case of inherited narcissistic wound, a child who had been mythologized before he could be humanized, who had been given a story to live up to before he could write his own, who had been taught that his value lay in his ability to replicate a legend rather than discover himself. And in that emptiness, in that long life of blood and power and gradual decline, Neoptolemus proved the truth of Achilles' choice. Achilles had chosen glory over length of days because he understood, perhaps instinctively, perhaps through the teaching of Chiron, that a short life of absolute meaning was preferable to a long life of gradual diminishment. Neoptolemus had the long life. He had the kingdom, the children, the years of power. But he did not have the meaning. He did not have the glory. He did not have the immortality that his father had purchased with his blood. When Neoptolemus was eventually killed, murdered at Delphi, stabbed at the altar of Apollo in an act of divine vengeance for his many sacrileges, no one wept for him as Thetis had wept for Achilles. No gods came to carry his body to a blessed island. He was buried where he fell, and his tomb was forgotten, and his name survived only as a footnote in the story of a greater man. Some say he was killed by Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, who was driven mad by the Furies for murdering his mother. Some say he was killed by the priests of Apollo, who could not forgive the murder of Priam at the altar of Zeus. Some say he was killed by Andromache herself, who had waited years for her revenge, who had smiled at him and served him and borne his children while she plotted his death. The truth does not matter. What matters is the lesson that a life without consciousness is not a life at all, but merely a prolonged death. The lesson that glory cannot be inherited, only earned. The lesson that the son of a god is still a man, and that man, without wisdom, is merely a beast with a weapon. That was the inheritance. That was the legacy. Achilles had died young and beautiful and terrible, and the world had never stopped speaking his name. Neoptolemus had lived long and grown old and powerful, and the world had already begun to forget him before his body was cold. And somewhere, on the island of Look, if the legends are true, Achilles watched his son's life unfold with the particular grief of a father who sees his child making every mistake he himself had avoided, who sees his name being dragged through the mud of history by a boy who never understood what that name meant. He watched, and he wept, and he understood that immortality has its own punishments, chief among them, the inability to intervene, to teach, to save the ones you love from the consequences of your own legend. Troy burned for days. The Greeks had not planned for the fire. They had planned for loot, for slaves, for the systematic stripping of the richest city in the ancient world. They had planned for a controlled demolition, a surgical extraction of value, a war that ended in profit rather than purification. But fire, once unleashed, cannot be controlled. It spreads according to its own logic, its own hunger, its own absolute indifference to human intention. And Troy, that city of wood and stone and dried reeds, that city that had baked under the Anatolian sun for 10 years of siege, was tinder waiting for a spark. The spark came from 1,000 sources at once. Torches dropped in panic, coals from overturned braziers, deliberate arson by Greeks who wanted to leave nothing behind, accidental ignition by Trojans who were trying to destroy their own possessions rather than let the enemy have them. The fire began in 100 places and merged into a single conflagration that consumed the city from within, like a cancer that had been growing for a decade and finally metastasized. Achilles had predicted this, not in words. He had never spoken of the fall of Troy in the detailed terms of strategy, never laid out a plan for the city's destruction in council, never discussed the logistics of sack and fire with Agamemnon or Odysseus. But he had known. He had known from the moment he set foot on the beach that the city would burn, that the war would end not in honorable combat, but in deception and slaughter, that the glory he sought was inseparable from the atrocity that would achieve it. He had known because he understood something about human nature that the planners and the politicians did not understand. He understood that violence, once legitimized, cannot be contained within the boundaries of legitimacy. He understood that a war fought for a stolen woman would not end with her recovery. He understood that the appetite for destruction grows with the feeding, that each death demands another, that each atrocity justifies the next, until the original cause is forgotten and only the killing remains. He had known, and he had chosen it anyway. That is the terrible truth that sits at the heart of this documentary, the truth that we have been circling since the first frame. Achilles was not a victim of the war. He was not dragged unwillingly across the Aegean, not coerced by Agamemnon, not manipulated by Odysseus. He had seen the fire coming, and he had walked into it with his eyes open. He had chosen glory over peace, meaning over survival, the absolute over the possible. And the cost of that choice was not just his own death. It was the death of a city. Let us look at the fall of Troy in the detail it deserves. Because this is not just history. This is archaeology. This is trauma. This is the template for every city that has ever fallen, every civilization that has ever collapsed, every human community that has ever been consumed by the violence it could not control. The night began with silence. The Trojans, believing that the Greeks had finally given up, had dragged the wooden horse inside their walls and celebrated with a festival that consumed the last of their wine, the last of their grain, the last of their hope. They sang songs of deliverance. They praised their gods. They fell asleep in their beds with the peaceful exhaustion of people who believe that the worst is over. The Greeks emerged from the horse at midnight. They moved through the city like ghosts, like shadows, like the embodiment of every nightmare that had ever visited a sleeping child. They opened the gates. They signaled to the fleet, which had returned under cover of darkness. And then the army poured in. 50,000 men who had been waiting for 10 years, who had buried their friends, who had suffered plague and famine and the endless frustration of a siege that would not end. They came with axes and torches and the particular rage of men who have been told they are heroes but have been treated like animals. The killing began in the streets. It was not battle. It was butchery. Trojan men, soldiers who had fought for 10 years, civilians who had never held a sword, were cut down as they ran from their homes, as they tried to reach their families, as they begged for mercy that no one was willing to give. The Greeks did not distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. They did not distinguish between the guilty and the innocent. They killed because killing was what they had come to do, because the war had trained them to see every Trojan face as an enemy, because 10 years of hatred cannot be turned off like a faucet. The documentary would show us these streets in excruciating detail. It would follow a single Trojan family. Let us call them Antenor's household, though the name does not matter. As they wake to the sound of screaming, as they barricade their door, as they watch the fire spread across the roof of their neighbor's house, as they realize that there is no escape. The father would grab a kitchen knife. The mother would clutch her children. The grandmother would pray to gods who are not listening. And the Greeks would come through the door with swords that have already killed 10 men tonight and are hungry for more. This is not entertainment. This is testimony. This is the record of what happens when a city falls, when the social contract is suspended, when the laws of war are replaced by the laws of appetite. And it is important that we see it, that we do not look away, because looking away is how these things happen again and again. In Troy and Jerusalem and Constantinople and Dresden and Hiroshima and Rwanda and Syria and every other place where human beings have decided that the other is not human. Menelaus found Helen in the palace. She was with Deiphobus, the Trojan prince who had married her after Paris died. Paris, who had started this war with his vanity and ended it with his cowardice, killed by Philoctetes before the final assault. Deiphobus had taken Helen as his prize, his consolation for the death of his brother, and he had loved her or claimed to love her or simply possessed her, depending on which account you believe. Menelaus burst into the chamber with his sword drawn. He found Deiphobus dead already, killed by Helen herself, according to some stories, or killed by Menelaus in a brief, brutal struggle, according to others. The documentary would linger on this moment, because it is the moment that the entire war has been building toward. The face that launched 1,000 ships. The woman who was worth 10 years of blood. The cause of all this suffering. Standing in a room that smells of death. Looking at the husband she abandoned. The husband who burned a civilization to get her back. Helen, Menelaus said. Just her name. Just the word that had cost so much. She looked at him, and in her eyes, we would see something unexpected. Not guilt, not fear, not even the seductive beauty that the poets describe. We would see exhaustion. We would see the weariness of a woman who has been a pawn in a game she did not choose, who has been passed from man to man like a trophy, who has been blamed for a war that was caused by the vanity of men, not the treachery of women. "Will you kill me?" Helen asked. Her voice was steady. She had rehearsed this moment, perhaps. Or perhaps she had simply stopped caring about the outcome. Menelaus raised his sword. His hand trembled. He thought of the 10 years. He thought of the men who had died. He thought of Iphigenia, sacrificed on the altar at Aulis for the wind that would carry him to this moment. He thought of Achilles, dead on the plain. He thought of Ajax, driven mad. He thought of everything that had been lost, everything that had been burned, everything that had been destroyed in the name of recovering this woman who stood before him now, beautiful and terrible and absolutely real. He lowered the sword. "No," he said, "I will not kill you. I will take you home, and we will spend the rest of our lives pretending that this was worth it." That was the reunion. That was the romantic climax of the greatest war in ancient history. Not a kiss, not a declaration of love, a compromise, a mutual acknowledgement of defeat, a recognition that the prize was not worth the price, but that the price had been paid and could not be refunded. Agamemnon found Cassandra in the temple of Athena. She was clinging to the statue of the goddess, her eyes wild with the madness of prophecy, her mouth open in screams that no one could understand. She had seen this moment 10 years ago. She had seen it every night in her dreams. She had tried to warn her father, her brothers, her city, but no one had listened, because the gift of prophecy is also a curse, and the curse is that no one believes you until it is too late. Agamemnon dragged her from the temple. He took her as his slave, his concubine, his prize of war. And in doing so, he sealed his own fate. Because Cassandra was protected by Apollo, or by Athena, or by the simple moral law of the universe that says those who desecrate the sacred will be desecrated in turn. Agamemnon would return to Mycenae with Cassandra, and his wife Clytemnestra would murder him in his bathtub, and the cycle of vengeance would continue, generation after generation, until there was no one left to kill. But that was still to come. For now, Agamemnon stood in the burning temple and looked at the statue of Athena, and he smiled. He had won. He was the king who had conquered Troy. His name would be remembered forever. And he did not understand, could not understand, that winning was the beginning of his defeat, that glory was the prelude to his destruction, that the gods do not forgive those who boast of their victories in the temples of the defeated. Odysseus moved through the city with a different purpose. He was not interested in killing. He was interested in information. He was interested in the treasures of Troy, not the gold and the bronze, though he took those too, but the knowledge, the technology, the secrets that had made this city great. He found the palace archives. He found the maps that showed the trade routes to the Black Sea, to Egypt, to the lands beyond the known world. He found the astronomical tables that had been compiled by Trojan scholars over centuries of observation. He found the medical texts, the mathematical proofs, the philosophical treatises that would have changed the Greek world if they had been preserved. But they were not preserved. The fire consumed them. The library of Troy burned with the rest of the city, and the knowledge of a civilization was reduced to ash. Odysseus escaped with a few scrolls, a few fragments, a few memories of what he had seen. And he carried those fragments with him on his 10-year voyage home, and he used them to build the kingdom of Ithaca into something greater than it had been before the war. But it was not enough. It could never be enough. The loss was incalculable. The destruction was absolute. And through it all, Achilles was absent. He was dead. He had died before the fall, before the fire, before the long bitter aftermath that turned heroes into villains and victors into victims. He had died while he was still perfect, still young, still absolutely committed to the purity of his own vision. He had died before compromise could tarnish him, before age could weaken him, before the gradual erosion of time could turn him into something less than what he had been. That was the final cruelty of his choice. It was not just that he traded length of days for glory. It was that he traded the long, slow, inevitable diminishment of the survivor for the eternal perfection of the martyr. The Greeks who returned from Troy grew old. They made mistakes. They suffered the consequences of their actions. They became cautionary tales, figures in tragedies, warnings against the very hubris that had driven them to war. Achilles never became a cautionary tale. He became a monument. He became a standard against which all other heroes would be measured and found wanting. He became the name that mothers whispered to their sons, the story that poets told around fires, the archetype that would echo through 3,000 years of literature and art and philosophy. Homer wrote about him. Aeschylus wrote about him. Sophocles wrote about him. Euripides wrote about him. The Romans, Virgil, Ovid, Statius, wrote about him. Dante placed him in the second circle of hell, among the lustful, because the medieval mind could not understand the depth of his bond with Patroclus except as a sin. Shakespeare alluded to him in Troilus and Cressida, portraying him as a vain and brutal thug, a deconstruction of the heroic ideal that was already ancient in Shakespeare's time. Keats wrote an ode to his shield, immortalizing the craftsmanship of Hephaestus in lines that would outlast the bronze itself. Modern filmmakers, novelists, comic book writers, video game designers, all of them return to Achilles again and again because his story contains something that the human heart cannot stop needing. What is that something? It is the fantasy of absolute commitment. The dream of a life lived without compromise, without hesitation, without the 1,000 small betrayals that make up the texture of ordinary existence. Achilles is the hero who refused to negotiate. He refused to accept less than he deserved. He refused to bend his knee to Agamemnon, to apologize for his rage, to soften his grief, to moderate his vengeance. He lived at full volume, and he died at full volume, and the echo of that volume has never stopped reverberating. But the fantasy is also a warning, because Achilles' absolute commitment destroyed him. It destroyed Patroclus. It destroyed Hector. It destroyed Ajax. It destroyed Troy. It destroyed, in the end, everything it touched, including the man who embodied it. Achilles is both the aspiration and the caution, the dream and the nightmare, the proof that glory is real and the proof that glory is not worth the price. That is why we cannot stop telling his story, because we are all, in our small ways, faced with the choice that Achilles faced. We are all asked, every day, to compromise our principles for convenience, to moderate our passions for safety, to trade our dreams for security. And some part of us, the part that stays awake at night staring at the ceiling, the part that aches with a longing we cannot name, some part of us wants to be Achilles, wants to say no, wants to burn bright and die young and be remembered forever. But another part of us, the part that gets up in the morning and goes to work, the part that loves our families and wants to see our children grow old, that part knows that Achilles' choice was also a kind of madness, that his glory was purchased with the blood of innocence, that his immortality was built on the bones of the forgotten. And so we tell his story again and again, not to answer the question, but to keep asking it. Would you choose glory or length of days? Would you burn bright or burn long? Would you be Achilles, who died at 19 and is still spoken of today, or would you be Neoptolemus, who lived to be old and was forgotten before his tomb was cold? There is no right answer. There is only the question, and the question is Achilles. Thetis took his body to look. Look, the White Island was a place that existed somewhere between the world of the living and the world of the dead, an island in the Black Sea where the heroes of legend dwelt in eternal peace. It was not Olympus. Achilles was not a god, could never be a god, because the fire in which his mother had tried to burn away his mortality had been interrupted by Peleus' scream. He was still mortal. He would always be mortal. But mortality, in the Greek imagination, was not necessarily the end. The island was white. That was the first thing you noticed. The beaches were white sand, not the golden sand of the Aegean, but something paler, something that seemed to glow with its own light, as if the moon had fallen to earth and shattered into a million grains. The trees were white, poplars and willows whose bark had been bleached by some process that had nothing to do with the sun. The rocks were white marble, veined with silver, humming with a resonance that made the air itself seem to sing. And the heroes were white, not in the sense of race, but in the sense of light. They glowed. They radiated. They existed in a state of perpetual dawn, neither day nor night, neither waking nor sleeping, but something in between. Something that the Greeks called Makaria, blessedness, the state of being that is not happiness exactly, but something deeper, something older, something that predates the distinction between joy and sorrow. On Look, Achilles found a kind of afterlife that was different from the shadowy existence of Hades. He did not wander as a ghost, thin and hungry and forgotten. He did not drink from the river Lethe and lose his memories. He did not stand in the fields of asphodel, blank-eyed and empty, waiting for nothing. He remained himself, young, beautiful, terrible, complete. He dwelt on the island with other heroes. other men who had chosen glory over length of days, and they hunted and feasted and told stories of their lives to each other in a perpetual present tense that had no future and no past. There was Medea's father, Aeetes, though some said it was not Aeetes but another king. There was Phoenician Cadmus, who had brought the alphabet to Greece. There was Ajax the Lesser, though he was shunned by the others for his crime against Cassandra, and he wandered the northern shore of the island alone, talking to the waves. There were lesser heroes, forgotten names, men who had died bravely in wars that no one remembered, who had achieved a measure of Cleos that was sufficient to earn them a place on the island, but insufficient to keep their names alive in the mouths of poets. And there was Patroclus. No, Patroclus was not there. That was the wound that would not heal, the absence that defined everything else. Patroclus was in Hades. Patroclus was in the underworld, the house of Hades, the realm of Persephone, where the dead lived in shadows and the only light came from the memory of the living. He was separated from Achilles by the absolute barrier between the blessed island and the house of the dead, a barrier that not even the gods could cross, because the laws of the cosmos are older than the gods themselves, and those laws say that the dead cannot return to the living, and the living cannot enter the realm of the dead except through the gate of death itself. Achilles tried. He tried everything. He prayed to Zeus, who had loved him once, who had favored him in battle, who had allowed his mother to bend the course of the war for his sake. But Zeus did not answer. He prayed to Hermes, the psychopomp, the guide of souls, who knew the paths between the worlds better than any other god. But Hermes shook his head and said that even he could not bring a soul from Hades to look, because the fates had decreed otherwise, and the fates do not negotiate. He prayed to Hades himself. He stood on the shore of Look and shouted across the water, demanding that the Lord of the dead release his friend, that he make an exception, that he recognize the unique bond between Achilles and Patroclus, and allow them to be together in death as they had been in life. But Hades did not answer. Hades never answers. Hades is the silence at the end of all prayers, the darkness that swallows every light, the final truth that even Achilles could not defeat. So Achilles remained. He remained on his island, young forever, beautiful forever, glorious forever, and he learned the lesson that he had not had time to learn in life. The lesson that glory, without love, is a prison, that immortality, without the presence of the one you love, is a sentence, that being remembered is not the same as being held. The ancient sources tell us that he appeared to sailors who passed the island, that he walked on the shore in his divine armor, the armor of Hephaestus that Thetis had left as a legacy, and that he spoke to the living in dreams and visions. The fishermen of the Black Sea would see him at dawn, standing on the white beach, looking westward toward the mouth of the Danube, toward the underworld, toward the place where Patroclus wandered in darkness. He was worshipped as a god in some parts of Greece. At Olympia, athletes would pray to him before the games, asking for the strength to win, the courage to face defeat, the grace to accept whatever outcome the fates decreed. At Sparta, young warriors would sacrifice to him before going to battle, asking for the fury that he had embodied, the rage that made armies tremble. In the cities of the northern Aegean, Thessaly, Phthia, the places where he had lived and trained and loved, cults sprang up around his memory, rituals performed in his honor, offerings made to his spirit. But worship is not comfort, and immortality is not the same as happiness. The documentary would interview the archaeologists who have found evidence of these cults. They would show us the votive offerings, small bronze statues of warriors, miniature shields and spears, coins bearing the image of a beautiful young man with long hair and angry eyes. They would show us the temple foundations, the altars where blood was poured, the inscriptions that read, "To Achilles, Savior and Protector." They would explain that hero cults were different from god cults, that the Greeks did not believe heroes were gods, but that they believed heroes were closer to humans than gods were, more accessible, more sympathetic, more likely to intervene in the affairs of the living. And then the documentary would ask the question that the archaeologists cannot answer. It would ask whether Achilles wanted this worship, whether he wanted to be remembered, whether the immortality he had purchased with his blood was worth the price he had paid for it. Because Achilles, on look, had time to think, time that he had never had in life, because life had been a constant rush toward death, a race against the prophecy that had driven him from battle to battle, from rage to rage, from grief to grief. On look, there were no battles. There were no enemies. There was no urgency, no necessity, no fate pressing down on him like a weight that could not be lifted. There was only the eternal present, the white sand, the white trees, the white rocks, and the absence of Patroclus. He walked the shore at night. He walked it every night, looking across the water toward the west, toward the underworld where his friend dwelt in darkness. He imagined Patroclus there, wandering the fields of asphodel, thin and pale and hungry for the light of the living. He imagined him forgetting, because that was the cruelty of Hades, not the darkness, not the cold, not the endless wandering, but the forgetting. The dead forgot the living. They forgot their names, their faces, their loves. They became shadows of themselves, and eventually they became simply shadows, indistinguishable from the darkness that surrounded them. Achilles could not bear the thought of Patroclus forgetting him. He could not bear the thought that the one person who had loved him unconditionally, who had known him when he was no one, who had held him in the dark and whispered that everything would be all right, that this person would eventually look at him, if they ever met again, with blank eyes and ask, "Who are you?" So he prayed. He prayed to the gods to let him descend to Hades, to trade his blessed island for the shadowy realm. If only he could be with Patroclus again. He offered everything, his glory, his worship, his name, his memory. He offered to be forgotten. If only he could hold his friend one more time. If only he could remind him of who they had been. If only he could die the final death that would unite them in oblivion. The gods did not answer. Or rather, they answered in the only way gods can answer, with silence, with the indifference of beings who exist outside of time and cannot comprehend the urgency of mortal longing. But the silence was not absolute, because there were moments, brief, flickering moments that might have been dreams or might have been something more, when Achilles felt Patroclus near him. He would be walking on the shore, and he would smell something. The smell of the tent they had shared at Troy, the mixture of sweat and oil and leather, and the particular scent of Patroclus' skin. He would turn, and for a fraction of a second, he would see a figure standing on the beach, just at the edge of vision, just beyond the reach of clarity. And he would run toward it. He would run with the same speed that had made him the fastest man in Greece, the same speed that had carried him across the plain of Troy to kill Hector. But the figure would always recede, always stay just beyond his reach, always dissolve into the white mist that rose from the sea at dawn. Some said these were hallucinations, the product of an immortal mind that had gone mad with grief. Some said they were visitations, that Patroclus' soul, unable to cross the barrier between Hades and Look, sent fragments of itself across the water, like messages in bottles, like whispers carried on the wind. Some said they were something else entirely. That love, when it is absolute enough, can create its own reality, can bridge gaps that the laws of the cosmos say are unbridgeable, can make the impossible possible. Achilles did not care what they were. He lived for those moments. He walked the shore every night, hoping for another glimpse, another smell, another flicker of presence that would remind him that he was not alone, that he had not been forgotten, that the bond between them was stronger than death. And he waited. He waited for the world to end. He waited for the gods to fade. He waited for the day when the last poet would sing the last song about him, when the last temple would crumble, when the last memory of Achilles would dissolve into the darkness of a universe that had forgotten Greece, forgotten Troy, forgotten the very concept of heroism. That day has not yet come. 3,000 years later, we still speak his name. We still read the Iliad. We still argue about whether he was a hero or a villain, a martyr or a monster, a lover or a killer, a god or a man. We still feel the ache of his choice in our own bones, the impossible tension between the desire to matter and the desire to live, between the hunger for glory and the hunger for peace. And somewhere, on an island that exists between memory and forgetting, Achilles still waits. Still young, still beautiful, still terrible, still alone. The documentary camera would pull back from this image. It would rise above the white island, above the Black Sea, above the continents and the centuries, until the earth itself was a pale blue in the darkness of space. And the narrator would speak one final line for this chapter. He chose glory. He chose rage. He chose grief. He chose death. But in the end, what he wanted most was simply to be chosen back. Let us step back from the narrative for a moment. Let us look at Achilles not as a character in a story, but as an idea, a concept, a philosophical problem that the ancient Greeks bequeathed to the rest of human civilization. Because the story of Achilles is not just history, not just mythology, not just literature. It is philosophy in action. It is ethics made flesh. It is the fundamental question of human existence compressed into a single life that lasted less than 20 years, but has outlasted every empire that tried to contain it. What is the nature of excellence? The Greeks had a word for it, arete. It does not mean virtue in the modern sense. It does not mean moral goodness or ethical behavior or adherence to a code of conduct. Arete means excellence in the sense of fulfilling your function, of being the best possible version of whatever you are. The arete of a knife is sharpness. The arete of a horse is speed. The arete of a ship is seaworthiness. The arete of a man, and for the Greeks, it was always a man, though we must acknowledge the limitations of that perspective, is the fulfillment of his social role, his biological potential, his cosmic destiny. Achilles embodied arete in its purest form. He was the best warrior because he was born to be a warrior, trained to be a warrior, fated to be a warrior. He fulfilled his function with an absolute commitment that bordered on the religious. He was not a good man in the modern sense. He killed unnecessarily. He desecrated the dead. He withdrew from battle and let his comrades die because his pride had been wounded. He was cruel, vain, violent, and self-destructive. But he was excellent. He was the best at what he did. And in the Greek value system, that excellence was its own justification. This is the philosophy that underlies the Iliad, and it is a philosophy that is deeply alien to modern sensibilities. We believe that goodness is more important than excellence. We believe that a kind man is better than a skilled man, that a compassionate failure is preferable to a brilliant monster. We believe that the ends do not justify the means, that pride is a sin, that violence is a last resort rather than a way of life. We believe in the inherent dignity of every human being, regardless of their abilities, regardless of their achievements, regardless of their social function. But Achilles challenges all of that. Achilles forces us to ask whether our modern values are really an improvement or whether they are merely a rationalization for mediocrity. If you could be the absolute best at something, the best warrior, the best artist, the best scientist, the best lover, but the price of that excellence was your humanity, your relationships, your peace of mind, your life itself, would you pay it? Achilles paid it. He paid it without hesitation, without regret, without the second-guessing that defines the modern condition. He chose Eurydice over eudaimonia, excellence over happiness, glory over contentment, meaning over comfort. And the Greeks, who invented the question, admired him for it. They admired him not despite his cruelty, but because of it, because his cruelty was the necessary complement to his excellence, the shadow that proved the light. The documentary would bring in philosophers at this point. It would show us a modern ethicist, perhaps a professor at Oxford or Cambridge, sitting in a library that smells of old paper and pipe smoke, arguing that Achilles represents everything wrong with pre-modern value systems. He was a narcissist, the ethicist would say. He was a sociopath. He was a mass murderer who happened to be good at his job. We should not admire him. We should pity him, and we should learn from his example what happens when a society values excellence over empathy. And then the documentary would cut to another philosopher, perhaps someone from a different tradition, a Nietzschean or an existentialist or a martial artist who has spent their life pursuing perfect technique, who would argue the opposite. Achilles is the only honest hero in Western literature, this philosopher would say. He refused to compromise. He refused to accept less than he deserved. He looked at the world and said, "I will be the best, or I will be nothing." And in a world of mediocrity, in a world of people who settle, in a world of good enough and that'll do, isn't there something magnificent about that refusal? The documentary would not choose between these perspectives. It would let them stand in tension, because the tension is the point. The tension between excellence and goodness, between achievement and compassion, between the individual and the community. This is the tension that defines human civilization. And Achilles is the embodiment of that tension in its most extreme form. But there is another philosophy at work in the story of Achilles, one that the Greeks understood perhaps better than we do. It is the philosophy of Moira, fate, destiny, the predetermined thread that the fates weave and cut at their pleasure. Achilles was fated to die young. His mother knew it. The gods knew it. He knew it. And yet he was also free. He made choices to go to Troy, to withdraw from battle, to return, to kill Hector, to desecrate the body, to release it, to accept his own death. These choices were not illusions. They were real, but they were made within a framework that was already determined, a story that had already been written. This is the paradox of Greek tragedy, and Achilles is its perfect expression. He is simultaneously the freest man who ever lived, free to choose glory, free to choose rage, free to choose mercy, and the most constrained, bound by a prophecy that he cannot escape, a death that waits for him at Troy with the patience of a predator that does not need to hurry. The resolution of this paradox lies in the Greek concept of kleos. Kleos is glory, but it is more than glory. It is the imperishable fame that survives the death of the body, the name that continues to be spoken when the person who bore it has turned to dust. Kleos is the only immortality available to mortals, and it is achieved not by living long, but by living memorably. Achilles chose Kleos. He chose it consciously, deliberately, with full knowledge of what he was giving up. And in choosing it, he achieved the only kind of freedom that fate cannot touch. The fates can cut your thread. They can determine the moment of your death. But they cannot determine what is said about you after you die. They can control the length of your life, but they cannot control the depth of your legend. That is Achilles' final victory. Not over Hector, not over the Trojans, not over Agamemnon or Paris or Apollo. His final victory is over the fates themselves, because he found the one thing they could not control, the story that would be told about him, the memory that would outlast the marble of the temples and the bronze of the shields and the very language in which his story was first sung. He defeated oblivion, and that defeat is eternal. But let us push deeper. Let us ask the question that the Greeks themselves were afraid to ask. Is Kleos enough? Is it enough to be remembered if you are not present to enjoy the memory? Is it enough to have your name spoken if you cannot hear it? Is it enough to be a story if being a story means sacrificing the experience of being a person? The modern philosopher would say no. The modern philosopher would say that existence precedes essence, that the only meaning that matters is the meaning we create in our own lives, not the meaning others assign to us after we die. The modern philosopher would say that Achilles wasted his life, that he threw away the only thing that truly matters, the present moment, the lived experience, the connection with other human beings, for a fantasy of immortality that is, when you examine it closely, indistinguishable from death. But the ancient philosopher, the Greek who believed in the polis, in the community, in the continuity of civilization, would say yes. The ancient philosopher would say that individual existence is trivial compared to the persistence of the whole, that a single life is a drop in the ocean compared to the civilization that remembers it, that the only way to matter is to become part of something larger than yourself. And the largest thing you can become part of is a story that outlasts empires, a story that outlasts languages, a story that outlasts the very concept of storytelling. Achilles became that story, and in becoming it, he achieved something that no individual happiness could match. He achieved significance. He achieved permanence. He achieved the only form of immortality that has ever been proven to exist. The documentary would end this philosophical interlude with an image. It would show a child, in any country, in any century, sitting by a fire while an adult reads to them from a book. The book is old. The pages are yellow. The binding is cracked. But the words are clear. And the child listens, wide-eyed, as the story of Achilles unfolds. The child does not know that the story is 3,000 years old. The child does not know that the civilization that created it is dust. The child only knows that the story is alive, that the hero is real, that the fire that burned in Achilles burns still in the words on the page. And in that moment, Achilles lives. Not on an island in the Black Sea, not in the underworld, not in the memory of the gods, but in the mind of a child who has never seen Troy, never held a spear, never faced the choice between glory and length of days. He lives in the imagination. He lives in the story. He lives in the eternal present tense of narrative. where the past is never past and the dead are never dead. That is Kleos. That is Arete. That is the philosophy of the spear. Let us talk about the heel, not the literal heel. We have already established that the story of the river Styx and the vulnerable ankle is a Roman invention, a poetic convenience added by Statius centuries after Homer composed the Iliad. The Greeks knew nothing of Achilles' heel. In the original myth, he was simply mortal, vulnerable in the same way all mortals are vulnerable, killable by any weapon that finds its mark with divine guidance. There was no magic river. There was no invulnerable body with a single point of weakness. There was only a young man who believed himself exempt from death until the moment death proved him wrong. But the heel persists. It has become the most famous detail of the most famous hero in Western literature. School children who have never heard of Homer know that Achilles had a vulnerable heel. Athletes who have never read the Iliad know that an Achilles heel is a fatal weakness. Psychologists who have never studied classical mythology use the phrase to describe the point where a patient's defenses break down. The heel has entered the language. It has entered the culture. It has become a metaphor so powerful that it has replaced the reality it was meant to explain. And it persists because it is true, not historically true, not mythologically true, but psychologically true. Every human being has a heel. Every human being has a point of vulnerability that no amount of strength, no amount of training, no amount of divine protection can armor. For some, it is a physical weakness, a heart that fails, a gene that mutates, a body that betrays them at the moment of their greatest need. For others, it is emotional, a love that consumes them, a grief that destroys them, a pride that blinds them to the dangers that surround them. For still others, it is existential, a fear of being forgotten, a hunger for recognition, a need to matter that drives them to destroy everything they love in the pursuit of glory. Achilles' heel was not his ankle. It was his love. He was vulnerable because he loved Patroclus. He was vulnerable because he loved his mother. He was vulnerable because he loved glory, and because he loved glory not as an abstract concept, but as a concrete replacement for the love he had been denied. The love of a father who could not understand him, the love of a mother who abandoned him, the love of a society that valued him as a weapon rather than a person. His love for Patroclus was the source of his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. It gave him the will to fight, the courage to face impossible odds, the humanity that made him more than just a killing machine. But it also made him fragile. When Patroclus died, Achilles broke. Not physically. His body remained as strong as ever, his skills as sharp, his divine armor as impenetrable. But psychologically, spiritually, existentially, he broke. The death of Patroclus was the arrow that found the gap in his armor, the wound that no surgeon could heal, the poison that spread through his soul until nothing was left but rage. That is the true meaning of the heel. It is the place where our strength becomes our weakness, where our greatest asset becomes our fatal liability. It is the paradox of human existence, that the things that make us capable of greatness are also the things that make us capable of destruction, that the love that elevates us is the same love that destroys us when it is taken away. The documentary would explore this paradox through modern stories. It would interview a soldier who lost his brother in combat, who went on to perform acts of extraordinary bravery, but who also, in his grief, committed acts of extraordinary brutality. It would interview a mother who lost her child and who, in her grief, destroyed her marriage, her career, her relationships with everyone who tried to help her. It would interview an artist who created his greatest work in the depths of despair, who channeled his loss into beauty, but who also, in the process, lost his mind. And in each of these stories, we would see Achilles. We would see the pattern that he embodied 3,000 years ago, the pattern that repeats in every human life that dares to love something more than safety. The pattern of vulnerability, the pattern of risk, the pattern of the wound that never heals because it is the same thing as the heart. Achilles understood this at the end, when he wept with Priam, when he released Hector's body, when he accepted his own death with something approaching peace. He understood that his heel had been his heart all along. He understood that the love that made him great was the same love that made him mortal, that the vulnerability that allowed him to feel was the same vulnerability that allowed him to be killed. And he understood that he would not have it any other way. A heartless Achilles would have been invulnerable. He would have lived to be old. He would have returned to Phthia and ruled as a mediocre king and died in his bed surrounded by grandchildren who did not know his name. He would have been safe. He would have been comfortable. He would have been forgotten. But he would not have been Achilles. He would not have been the greatest warrior who ever lived. He would not have been the subject of the Iliad, the hero of 3,000 years of stories, the name that we still speak with a mixture of awe and terror and pity. His heel killed him, but his heel also made him immortal. And that is the final lesson of his story. That vulnerability is not a flaw to be eliminated, but a condition to be embraced. That the wound is also the gift. That the place where we are most breakable is also the place where we are most alive. The documentary would end this chapter with a slow-motion shot of an arrow in flight. Not the arrow that killed Achilles. We have already seen that. But any arrow. A modern arrow, shot by an Olympic archer, captured by a high-speed camera that shows every rotation, every flex, every vibration of the shaft as it moves through the air toward its target. And the narrator would say, "The arrow does not care about your armor. The arrow does not care about your strength. The arrow does not care about your glory or your legend or your name. The arrow only cares about the gap, the space between the greave and the sandal, the space between the breastplate and the backplate, the space between the person you pretend to be and the person you really are. That is where the arrow strikes. That is where we all fall. And that is where we are most human." We began this story with a death. We began with an arrow and a fall and a young man lying in the dust of Troy, looking at the sky and thinking of the boy he had loved. And we have traveled backward and forward through time, through myth and history and psychology and philosophy, trying to understand why that death mattered, why that life mattered, why we are still talking about a man who may never have existed except in the imagination of a blind poet 3 millennia ago. But the question we have been asking is not really about Achilles. It is about us. Why do we need Achilles? Why do we need the story of a man who chose glory over life, who killed and raged and wept and died before he was old enough to drink wine in modern America? What is it about his story that speaks to us across the gulf of time and culture and civilization? We need him because he is a mirror. He is the mirror in which we see our own hunger for significance, our own fear of oblivion, our own impossible choice between the fire that burns bright and the fire that burns long. We look at Achilles and we see what we might have been if we had been braver or more foolish or more absolute in our commitments. We see the road not taken. We see the life unlived. We see the glory that we traded for security, the passion that we moderated for comfort, the absolute that we compromised for convenience. And we feel something. Something that is not quite envy, and not quite pity, and not quite admiration. Something that is all of those things and none of them. Something that has no name in any language. Because it is the feeling of looking at a myth and recognizing yourself in it. That is the power of Achilles. That is why his name has survived when the names of kings and empires have turned to dust. He is not a historical figure. He is a psychological necessity. He is the part of us that refuses to accept the terms of ordinary existence, that demands more than survival, that would rather be a story than a statistic. And he is also the warning. He is the part of us that destroys what we love in the pursuit of what we desire. He is the rage that turns grief into cruelty. He is the pride that turns excellence into isolation. He is the hunger for glory that consumes the hungry man and leaves nothing behind but a name and a pile of bones. We need both sides of him. We need the aspiration and the caution, the dream and the nightmare, the proof that human beings are capable of absolute commitment, and the proof that absolute commitment is a form of madness. We need him because he contains the full range of human possibility, compressed into a single life that lasted less than 20 years but has outlasted civilizations. 3,000 years from now, when the cities we live in have crumbled and the languages we speak have evolved into something unrecognizable, and the very concept of a documentary has been replaced by some form of communication we cannot imagine, someone, somewhere, will still be telling the story of Achilles. They will tell it differently. They will tell it in a way that reflects their own values, their own fears, their own understanding of what it means to be human. But they will tell it. And in the telling, Achilles will live again. Not as a god, not as a hero, but as a question. The same question he asked himself on the beach at Troy, in the tent with Patroclus, on the plain before the walls of a city that would outlast him by only a few months. Was it worth it? Was the glory worth the grief? Was the immortality worth the death? Was the name worth the life? Achilles answered yes. He answered yes with his body, with his blood, with his last breath on the plain of Ilium. He answered yes so definitively, so absolutely, that the question itself became immortal. But the question does not have to be answered yes. It can be answered no. It can be answered with a long life of quiet kindness, of ordinary love, of small pleasures that leave no trace in the historical record, but that warm the hearts of the people who share them. It can be answered with the choice to be forgotten, to let the name dissolve, to trade the eternal for the immediate and the absolute for the relative. There is no right answer. There is only the choice. And the choice is yours. Achilles made his. He made it with his eyes open, his heart full, his spear sharp. He made it knowing the price and paying it anyway. He made it not because he was a god or a monster or a myth, but because he was a man, a young, frightened, magnificent, terrible man, who looked at the two paths before him and chose the one that led to fire. And because he chose it, we are still here, 3,000 years later, asking the same question, feeling the same ache, looking at the same mirror and wondering what we see in it. We see ourselves. We see our hunger. We see our fear. We see the glory we want and the price we do not want to pay. We see Achilles, and he sees us. From his island in the Black Sea, from his place between memory and forgetting, from the eternal present tense of a story that has no end, he sees us. He sees us wrestling with the same choice. He sees us compromising, moderating, surviving. He sees us growing old and cautious and careful. And he smiles. not in judgment, not in mockery, in recognition, because he knows that we are all, in our own small ways, fighting the Trojan War. We are all besieged by time, by mortality, by the slow erosion of everything we love. We are all trying to decide whether to burn bright or burn long, whether to matter or to endure, whether to be a story or a statistic. And he knows that whatever we choose, we will wonder about the other path. We will lie awake at night and think about the fire we did not walk into, the glory we did not seize, the absolute commitment we did not make. That is his gift to us, not the answer, the question, not the peace, the ache, not the end, the eternal, unresolvable, absolutely necessary wondering. Was it worth it? Only you can answer. Only you, lying in the dark, listening to the sound of your own heart beating, knowing that each beat brings you closer to the moment when the question will be answered for you by death itself. Choose wisely. Choose absolutely. Choose as if the fates are watching, because they are. And whatever you choose, make it matter. Make it so that when the last light fades and the last breath leaves your body, you can look back at your life and say, with Achilles, with Hector, with every human being who has ever faced the fire and walked into it, I was here. I fought. I loved. I raged. I wept. And I would not have been anyone else, anywhere else, doing anything else for all the glory and all the length of days in the world. That is the story of Achilles. That is the story of us all. And the story is not over. It will never be over. As long as there are human beings who can feel, who can choose, who can look at the fire and wonder whether to walk into it or away from it, the story of Achilles will continue. It will continue in 1,000 forms, in 1,000 languages, in 1,000 hearts that have never heard of Troy but know exactly what it means to be torn between the life you want and the death you are willing to accept. The arrow has been shot. The thread has been cut. The pyre has burned down to ash. But the name remains. Achilles. Say it. Remember it. And when you face your own choice, your own fire, your own heel, your own impossible decision between glory and survival, remember that a young man once stood on a beach in Thia and looked at 1,000 black ships and chose to sail toward his own death because the alternative was worse. Remember that he was not a god. He was not a monster. He was a man. And in being a man, he became more than a man. He became the question that will outlast the answers. He became the fire that will never go out. He became Achilles. And he is still burning. The pyre has burned down to ash. The urn has been sealed. The tomb has been built on the promontory overlooking the Hellespont, where the wind from Troy carries the smell of the sea and the memory of fire. The funeral games have ended. The competitors have gone home. The songs have been sung, the prizes awarded, the temporary city of tents dismantled and carried away on ships that will scatter across the Greek world, carrying the story of Achilles to every port and every palace. But the ashes still speak. Archaeology is a form of listening. It is the practice of pressing your ear to the ground and hearing the voices of the dead. And for 3,000 years, the ashes of Troy have been speaking to anyone who knows how to listen. They speak in the layers of destruction that archaeologists have uncovered at Hizarlik, the site in modern Turkey that is almost certainly the Troy of legend. They speak in the charcoal and the bone and the fragments of pottery that tell the story of a city that burned. Heinrich Schliemann listened. In the 1870s, the German businessman and self-taught archaeologist, a man who was part genius, part fraud, part romantic madman, dug into the mound at Hazarlik with a determination that bordered on violence. He was looking for Troy. He was looking for Priam's palace, for Hector's armor, for the treasures that Achilles and the Greeks had stolen. And he found something. He found not one Troy, but many. Layer upon layer of human settlement, going back 5,000 years before the Common Era. He found Troy, the earliest settlement, a small village of farmers and fishermen. He found Troy, too, the city of gold, the one he mistakenly identified as Homeric Troy, the one whose treasures he smuggled out of the country and presented to the world as proof that the Iliad was history. He found Troy 6 and Troy VA, the layers that correspond to the late Bronze Age, the period when the Trojan War would have taken place, if it took place at all. The documentary would show us these layers. It would use computer graphics to peel back the earth, to reveal the cities stacked like pancakes, each one built on the ruins of the one before. It would show us the walls of Troy 6, massive, imposing, clearly the work of a powerful civilization with access to engineering knowledge that was remarkable for its time. It would show us the destruction layer of Troy VA, the charcoal, the collapsed walls, the signs of fire and violence that suggest, though they do not prove, that the city was sacked around 1180 BCE. And it would ask the question that archaeology cannot answer. Did it happen? Was there a Trojan War? Was there an Achilles? The scholarly consensus, such as it is, says probably. Probably there was a conflict between the Mycenaean Greeks and the city of Troy, possibly over trade routes, possibly over resources, possibly over a woman, though probably not Helen in the way Homer describes. Probably there were warriors whose names were remembered and magnified by oral tradition. Probably the story grew in the telling, accumulating details, accumulating meanings, accumulating the weight of 3 centuries of retelling before it was ever written down. But whether there was a literal Achilles, a single man who did the things attributed to him, is a question that archaeology cannot answer. It is a question that may not matter, because the Achilles we are dealing with is not a historical figure. He is a literary creation, a psychological archetype, a cultural force that has shaped Western civilization more profoundly than most real kings and generals. The ashes speak, but they speak in riddles. They tell us that a city burned. They tell us that people died. They tell us that the Bronze Age collapsed in a wave of destruction that swept across the Mediterranean world, toppling civilizations, erasing languages, reducing complex societies to bands of survivors huddled in the ruins of their ancestors' glory. But they do not tell us Achilles' name. They do not tell us whether he lived or died. They do not tell us whether the story is true. And perhaps that is fitting, because Achilles, more than any other figure in mythology, is about the gap between history and story, between fact and meaning, between what happened and what we need to have happened. He exists in that gap. He is the bridge between the two. He is the proof that stories can be more true than facts, that narratives can shape reality more profoundly than events, that the imagination is the most powerful force in human history. The ashes still speak. They speak to us across 3,000 years, whispering of fire and blood and the end of a world. And in their whisper, we hear the voice of Achilles. Not the historical voice, not the archaeological voice, the narrative voice, the voice that says, I was here, I mattered, I burned, and you will remember me. The story of Achilles does not end with his death. It does not end with the fall of Troy, or the wanderings of Odysseus, or the murder of Agamemnon. or the long decline of the Greek world into the darkness that followed the Bronze Age collapse. It continues. It continues in every story of a young man who chooses the sword over the plow, the fire over the hearth, the absolute over the compromised. It continues in every war, in every generation, in every heart that looks at the long, safe road and feels the pull of the short, dangerous one. But there is another story, a story that runs parallel to Achilles, that shadows him like a dark twin, that asks the same questions and comes to different answers. That story is the story of Odysseus, the survivor, the clever man, the one who chose length of days over glory, who traded the absolute for the possible, who endured rather than burned. Odysseus lived. He lived through the war, through the sea, through the monsters and the sorceresses and the 10 years of wandering. He returned home. He reclaimed his kingdom. He died in his bed, an old man, surrounded by descendants who knew his name. But he was not happy. The Odyssey is not a happy story. It is a story about a man who has survived everything except the memory of what he has done, who has outlasted his enemies but cannot outlast his own guilt, who has chosen life but finds that life, after what he has seen and done, is a kind of death in itself. The contrast between Achilles and Odysseus is the central tension of Greek literature, and it is a tension that has never been resolved. It is the tension between being and becoming, between the moment and the duration, between the flame and the ember. Achilles chose to be. Odysseus chose to become, and neither choice was sufficient. What would have happened if Achilles had lived? If he had survived the war, returned to Phthia, grown old? Would he have become Odysseus, cautious, clever, compromised? Or would he have burned out in some other way, destroyed by a piece that had no use for his particular genius? We will never know. The fates did not allow it. Achilles died young because Achilles had to die young. His story required it. His meaning depended on it. To let him live would be to let him diminish, to watch him become ordinary, to see the fire fade into the comfortable warmth of middle age. And that is the final cruelty of the choice he made. Not that he died, not that he killed, not that he grieved and raged and desecrated and wept. The final cruelty is that he was not allowed to change. He was frozen at 19, perfect and terrible, forever young, forever beautiful, forever burning. While the rest of us grow old, while the rest of us compromise, while the rest of us watch the fire fade and tell ourselves that warmth is enough. It is not enough. It is never enough. But it is what we have. And so we return to Achilles again and again, not because he gives us answers, but because he reminds us of the questions we stopped asking. He reminds us that once, in the dawn of civilization, a young man looked at the two paths before him and chose the one that led to fire. He reminds us that the choice is still there, still waiting, still burning in the dark heart of every human being who has ever wondered whether there is more to life than survival. There is fire. There is glory. There is the absolute commitment that costs everything and gives everything. But there is also love. There is Patroclus, bandaging wounds in a tent by the sea. There is Deidamia, holding her child and waiting for a father who will never return. There is Priam, kneeling in the dirt, and Thetis, weeping pearls onto the sand, and Phoenix, weeping in an embassy tent, and Ajax, falling on his sword on a lonely beach. There is the cost. There is always the cost. And the question, the eternal, unanswerable, absolutely necessary question, is whether the cost is worth the fire. Achilles said yes. What do you say? The fire still burns. Not in Troy. Troy is ash, has been ash for 3 millennia, will be ash until the end of time. Not in the Greek camp. The tents are gone. The ships are rotted. The bones of the warriors have dissolved into the soil of the Troad. Not even in the memory of the gods. If the gods exist, they have moved on to other stories, other civilizations, other pantheons of heroes and villains who serve their cosmic purposes. But the fire burns in us. It burns in the part of the human mind that responds to story, that needs narrative the way the body needs oxygen. It burns in the synapses that fire when we hear the name Achilles, in the neural pathways that connect the concept of heroism to the image of a beautiful young man standing on a plain with a spear in his hand. It burns in the culture, in the literature, in the art, in the music, in the endless retellings and reimaginings that keep the story alive not because it is useful, but because it is necessary. Why is it necessary? Because we are mortal. Because we know we are mortal. Because the knowledge of our own death is the defining fact of human consciousness, and it creates a hunger that nothing can satisfy except the illusion of immortality. And story is that illusion. Story is the technology that human beings invented to defeat death. Not biological death, which is inevitable, but cultural death, the second death that comes when the last person who remembers your name forgets it. Achilles understood this instinctively. He understood it before he had words for it, before Chiron taught him philosophy, before Thetis told him the prophecy. He understood it in his bones, in his blood, in the divine spark that his mother had tried to burn into immortality and his father had interrupted. He understood that the only way to live forever was to become a story, and the only way to become a story was to live so absolutely, so completely, so uncompromisingly that the story could not be forgotten. And he was right. He was right in a way that no amount of modern cynicism can disprove. Because here we are, 3,000 years later, still talking about him, still making documentaries about him, still writing books and poems and songs and plays about him, still arguing about whether he was a hero or a villain, whether his choice was noble or insane, whether his glory was worth the price he paid. The fire burns in the dark. It burns in the space between what we are and what we could be. It burns in the gap between our ordinary lives and our extraordinary potential. It burns in the ache that we feel when we look at our reflections and see not Achilles, but someone smaller, someone safer, someone who chose warmth over fire and survival over glory. And it burns in the knowledge that we could have chosen differently, that the choice is still there, that the fire is still waiting, that it is never too late to walk into the flame, to become the story, to trade the long, slow death of the ordinary for the quick, bright death of the absolute. But the documentary must be honest. It must tell the whole truth, not just the romantic part. And the truth is that most of us will not walk into the fire. Most of us will choose warmth. Most of us will choose survival. Most of us will choose the long, slow road of compromise and accommodation and gradual diminishment, because that is what human beings do. That is how we survive as a species. That is how we build civilizations, raise children, create technologies, accumulate knowledge. We do it by not being Achilles. We do it by being careful, by being cautious, by being ordinary. And there is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing shameful about choosing life over glory, about choosing family over fame, about choosing the slow warmth of the hearth over the consuming blaze of the pyre. The world needs Odysseus more than it needs Achilles. The world needs the careful, the cautious, the compromisers. The world needs the people who get up every morning and go to work and raise their children and pay their taxes and die in their beds surrounded by people who love them, even if they are not remembered by history. But the world also needs Achilles. It needs him because he reminds us of what we are capable of. He reminds us that the fire exists, that the choice exists, that the absolute is possible even if it is not advisable. He reminds us that we are not just animals seeking comfort. We are also spirits seeking meaning. We are also souls seeking significance. We are also stories seeking tellers. And so the fire burns. It burns in the dark. It burns in the space between memory and forgetting, between history and myth, between the man who was and the idea that he became. It burns in Achilles, and it burns in us, and it will burn as long as there are human beings to feel its heat. The fire in the dark, the fire that never goes out, the fire that is both our greatest hope and our greatest fear. Achilles. Homer was blind, or so the tradition says. He was a poet who wandered from city to city in the Greek world, singing his songs for food and shelter, carrying the stories of the Trojan War in his head and in his heart, weaving them into a narrative so powerful that it would outlast the civilization that produced it. But Homer did not finish the song. The Iliad ends not with the fall of Troy, but with the funeral of Hector. It ends before Achilles dies, before the wooden horse, before the fire, before the long aftermath of victory and defeat that consumed the survivors. Homer chose to end his story there, at the moment of maximum grief, maximum humanity, maximum recognition of the shared mortality that binds enemies together in the common enterprise of loss. Why did he end it there? Because he understood something that lesser storytellers do not understand. He understood that the story of Achilles is not about the fall of Troy. It is not about victory. It is not about the glory of Greece or the defeat of the Trojans. It is about the moment when a man looks at his enemy and sees himself. The moment when Achilles weeps with Priam. The moment when the rage dissolves into grief, and the grief dissolves into mercy, and the mercy dissolves into the recognition that we are all, Greeks and Trojans, heroes and cowards, victors and vanquished, simply human. That is the unfinished song. And it is unfinished because it cannot be finished. Because the story of Achilles is not a story with an ending. It is a story with a question. And questions do not end. They echo. They reverberate. They bounce off the walls of history and return to us in forms we do not recognize, wearing faces we have never seen, speaking languages we have never learned. Every generation finishes the song in its own way. The Greeks finished it with tragedy, with Aeschylus and Sophocles and Euripides, who took the raw material of Homer's epic and shaped it into plays that explored the darkest corners of the human psyche. The Romans finished it with empire, with Virgil, who made Aeneas the hero and Achilles the villain, who used the story to justify Roman conquest and Trojan victimhood. The medieval Christians finished it with theology, with Dante, who placed Achilles in hell, and with the moralists who saw in his story a warning against pride and violence and the pagan worship of the self. The modern world finishes it with psychology, with Freud, who saw in Achilles the archetype of the narcissistic wound, the child who cannot accept limitation, with Jung, who saw in him the warrior archetype, the embodiment of masculine aggression that must be integrated rather than denied, with the existentialists, who saw in him the proof that meaning is created through choice, through commitment, through the absolute acceptance of one's own finitude. And we finish it with documentary, with film, With the technology of the 21st century that allows us to look at the face of a man who may never have existed and see our own reflection. We finish it with slow-motion shots of arrows in flight, with close-ups of eyes that weep, with aerial photography of archaeological sites that may or may not be the Troy of legend. We finish it with experts and analysts and philosophers and soldiers, all of them trying to answer the question that Achilles left behind. But the song remains unfinished. It will always be unfinished, because the question has no answer. The choice has no resolution. The fire has no end. And that is as it should be, because an unfinished song is a living song. It is a song that invites participation, that demands continuation, that calls out to every human being who hears it to add their own verse, their own melody, their own voice to the chorus that has been singing for 3,000 years and will sing for 3,000 more. Sing it. Add your voice. Make the story yours. Because it is yours. It has always been yours. It was waiting for you before you were born, and it will remember you after you die. It is the story of Achilles. It is the story of us all, and it is not over yet. The camera pulls back. We have been looking at faces for hours. The face of Achilles, the face of Patroclus, the face of Hector, the face of Priam, the face of Thetis weeping pearls onto the sand. We have been looking at bodies, bodies in armor, bodies in flames, bodies dragged through dust, bodies embraced in grief. We have been looking at landscapes, the plain of Troy, the beach at Phthia, the white island of Luk, the burning city, the wine-dark sea. Now the camera pulls back, and we see the earth from space. The blue marble, the fragile sphere, the tiny dot in the vastness of the cosmos that contains everything we have ever known, everything we have ever loved, everything we have ever been. And on that, invisible to the eye but present in the heart, is the story of Achilles. It is written in the dust of his Arlic. It is written in the manuscripts of the Vatican Library. It is written in the neural pathways of every human being who has ever heard the name and felt something stir in the depths of their being. It is written in the stars, in the atoms, in the DNA of a species that cannot stop telling stories about itself. The choice remains. It remains for every young person who looks at the future and sees not possibility, but obligation. It remains for every artist who wonders whether to compromise their vision for commercial success. It remains for every soldier who must decide whether to follow an order that violates their conscience. It remains for every parent who must choose between their own dreams and their children's needs. It remains for every human being who has ever looked in the mirror and asked, "Is this all there is?" The choice between fire and warmth, between glory and survival, between the absolute and the possible, between being a story and being a person, between burning bright and burning long. There is no right answer. There is only the choice, and the choice is yours. Achilles made his. He chose the fire. He chose the spear. He chose the short life of absolute meaning over the long life of gradual forgetting. He chose to be remembered. He chose to be a story. He chose to become the question that would outlast every answer. And because he chose it, we are here. We are watching this documentary. We are feeling this ache. We are asking this question. We are looking at our own lives and wondering whether we have chosen wisely, whether we have chosen absolutely, whether we have chosen at all. The camera continues to pull back. The earth becomes smaller. The moon appears, gray and lifeless. The sun becomes a bright star in the darkness. The solar system recedes. The galaxy spirals. The universe expands. And somewhere in that vastness, on a planet that is barely visible, a story continues to be told. A story about a young man who chose to die. A story about the price of glory. A story about the fire that burns in every human heart. The story of Achilles. It is your story. It is my story. It is the story of everyone who has ever lived and everyone who will ever live. Because the choice that Achilles faced is not unique to him. It is not ancient. It is not mythological. It is the fundamental choice of human existence, the choice between meaning and comfort, between significance and safety, between the life that burns and the life that endures. Choose. Choose now. Choose today. Choose in every moment of your life, because the choice is not made once. It is made 1,000 times, in 1,000 small decisions, in 1,000 quiet moments when no one is watching and no one will remember. Choose the fire or choose the warmth. Choose the glory or choose the survival. Choose the story or choose the life. But choose. Do not let the choice be made for you by default, by inertia, by the slow erosion of time and circumstance. Do not wake up at 60 and realize that you never chose, that you let life happen to you instead of happening to life. Choose. And when you have chosen, stand by your choice. Defend it. Fight for it. Die for it if necessary. Because the only thing worse than choosing wrongly is choosing nothing. The only thing worse than burning out is never catching fire. The only thing worse than being forgotten is never being remembered in the first place. Achilles chose. He chose with his eyes open and his heart full and his spear sharp. He chose knowing the price and paying it anyway. He chose not because he was a god or a monster or a myth, but because he was a man, a young, frightened, magnificent, terrible man, who looked at the two paths before him and chose the one that led to fire. And he is still burning. He is burning in the Iliad, which is still read in every language on earth. He is burning in the hearts of soldiers who carry his name into battle. He is burning in the minds of artists who strive for the absolute. He is burning in the souls of lovers who refuse to compromise their passion. He is burning in the culture, in the civilization, in the species that cannot stop telling his story, because his story is the story of what it means to be human. The fire never goes out. The question never ends. The choice remains. What will you choose? The screen fades to black. The music swells. Not a triumphant march, not a mournful dirge, but something in between, something that contains both the glory and the grief, the fire and the ash, the life and the death. And in the darkness, a single word appears. Achilles. Then it fades, and the silence that follows is not empty. It is full of 3,000 years of stories. Full of the voices of the dead, full of the question that will outlast us all. Was it worth it? Only you can answer. The story of Achilles does not end with his death. It does not end with the fall of Troy, or the wanderings of Odysseus, or the murder of Agamemnon, or the long decline of the Greek world into the darkness that followed the Bronze Age collapse. It continues. It continues in every story of a young man who chooses the sword over the plow, the fire over the hearth, the absolute over the compromised. It continues in every war, in every generation, in every heart that looks at the long, safe road and feels the pull of the short, dangerous one. But there is another story, a story that runs parallel to Achilles, that shadows him like a dark twin, that asks the same questions and comes to different answers. That story is the story of Odysseus, the survivor, the clever man, the one who chose length of days over glory, who traded the absolute for the possible, who endured rather than burned. Odysseus lived. He lived through the war, through the sea, through the monsters and the sorceresses and the 10 years of wandering. He returned home. He reclaimed his kingdom. He died in his bed, an old man, surrounded by descendants who knew his name. But he was not happy. The Odyssey is not a happy story. It is a story about a man who has survived everything except the memory of what he has done, who has outlasted his enemies but cannot outlast his own guilt, who has chosen life but finds that life, after what he has seen and done, is a kind of death in itself. The contrast between Achilles and Odysseus is the central tension of Greek literature, and it is a tension that has never been resolved. It is the tension between being and becoming, between the moment and the duration, between the flame and the ember. Achilles chose to be. Odysseus chose to become, and neither choice was sufficient. What would have happened if Achilles had lived? If he had survived the war, returned to Phthia, grown old? Would he have become Odysseus, cautious, clever, compromised? Or would he have burned out in some other way, destroyed by a piece that had no use for his particular genius? We will never know. The fates did not allow it. Achilles died young because Achilles had to die young. His story required it. His meaning depended on it. To let him live would be to let him diminish, to watch him become ordinary, to see the fire fade into the comfortable warmth of middle age. And that is the final cruelty of the choice he made. Not that he died, not that he killed, not that he grieved and raged and desecrated and wept. The final cruelty is that he was not allowed to change. He was frozen at 19, perfect and terrible, forever young, forever beautiful, forever burning. While the rest of us grow old, while the rest of us compromise, while the rest of us watch the fire fade and tell ourselves that warmth is enough. It is not enough. It is never enough. But it is what we have. And so we return to Achilles again and again, not because he gives us answers, but because he reminds us of the questions we stopped asking. He reminds us that once, in the dawn of civilization, a young man looked at the two paths before him and chose the one that led to fire. He reminds us that the choice is still there, still waiting, still burning in the dark heart of every human being who has ever wondered whether there is more to life than survival. There is. There is fire. There is glory. There is the absolute commitment that costs everything and gives everything. But there is also love. There is Patroclus, bandaging wounds in a tent by the sea. There is Deidamia, holding her child and waiting for a father who will never return. There is Priam, kneeling in the dirt, and Thetis, weeping pearls onto the sand, and Phoenix, weeping in an embassy tent, and Ajax, falling on his sword on a lonely beach. There is the cost. There is always the cost. And the question, the eternal, unanswerable, absolutely necessary question, is whether the cost is worth the fire. Achilles said yes.